Hey everybody, back for Foley Fables, Master Detective Archives Rain Code, Part 10. Hopefully we're getting to the end of this, but I don't think so. Anyway, I'm going to kick into the loading screen because it takes a while, and I'll try to recap where we were last time. Before I do that, let me just check all my audio stuff. Everything's good. Okay. So, previously, on Master Detective Archives Rain Code, we have managed to get into Amaterasu Corp. The CEO let us in. Yomi Hellsmile, the head of the Peacekeepers, was not particularly happy that we were there. We wanted to speak with their head researcher, but their head researcher is locked up in a pretty high security lab. They control the security for it in the first place. So unless he wants to see you, basically you can't. As we were trying to figure out how we might get around that, somebody else got around that and murdered him. We did eventually figure out a way to get into the lab, but in doing so, we caught the attention of Yomi and the Peacekeepers. They believe we are responsible for the murder. We're not, even though they're well aware that we're not responsible for the murder, but they're looking to blame us for it anyway. What's this? Sorry, there's a tag on one of the cables. It's looking weird on the camera. Anyway, so we had to hole up in one of these locked rooms in this underground lab. In doing so, Vivia has now taught us his forensic forte, which is astral projection. So we are astral projecting from our body currently with Vivia. We've come to terms with Vivia. He was planning to return to his body and kill us before we could get back to our body, in a misguided attempt to sort of prevent the truth from coming out and destroying the world. He seems to have a pretty pessimistic outlook on bringing the truth to light, and I guess we'll find out if that's true or not. So right now we are essentially trying to clear our names of the murder in the hopes that Yomi Hellsmile will be okay with that. I don't think he will give a shit. I think what we'll really have to do is actually find the murderer in the first place. But yeah, that is the plan now. So we are basically just looking for info at this point.
Chief Yago was attacked in this hallway. Let's see if we can learn anything.
And also the chief was stabbed by the real killer. Pretty sure he's dead. But we'll see. He hasn't necessarily been confirmed. Sure he's dead though.
The gory bloodstains are still here. And they're from Chief Yago. This is where he was attacked by the hitman. Damn it all! If I'd only gotten here earlier, I could have changed his fate.
Yuma, did you see the hitman's face?
No.
No.
He had a hood on.
Clearly.
Actually, he had a full-on cape
How do you know
on.
it was the hitman?
His knife was there.
Because Chief Yago said so himself.
How did the chief know he was the hitman?
Think. The slaughter artist.
No, nobody pronounces that word right. It's slaughter. Okay, Yako testified the hitman attacked him.
Also, the knife which was used to stab Chief Yago has an F inscribed in it.
F in chat.
Ah.
This is like F in
murder
real life.
weapon always used by Fink, the slaughter artist.
You know about it?
I did some research after we got that note from the killer. I am still a detective, I suppose. He uses his knife to prove to his clients that he committed the murder. Setting that aside, don't you think these blood stains are unnatural?
You're right. There are some strange marks, like something brushed against it.
Cape?
Considering the chaos at the time, I don't think it's odd for a mark like this to be here.
Look closer. This mark appears to have been made with someone's bloody fingertip.
Is it a dying message?
Could the chief have done it?
What mark is he looking
trying
at?
to tell us something?
I'm looking at the one at the top, or near the top of
No.
the screen.
It's more like he was trying to reach for something, rather than write out words.
Did it drop something in the drain?
What could he have been reaching for?
Master, Maybe it's that houseplant over there.
No. There might be something in the drain. Has he stashed something here?
Maybe there's something about this plant. Vivia! Something's hidden behind the pot! A photo and a map?
Isn't this the map of this lab?
Could it have been taken from that folder in storage? But why would it be here?
As for the photo, I have no idea.
The photo shows a young man and a woman. The woman looks like she's wearing a lab coat. Is she a researcher here?
The
The
guy.
man is covered with blood.
He seems like he's Reno
Can't see
from the
his face
Turks in
very
Final Fantasy VII. I somehow doubt that's
You
him.
keep
Still.
staring at that photo. Did you fall in love with the woman? You really fall for every girl, huh?
What happens when you're desperate?
I'm just checking for clues.
This is a clue? You don't know the connection between the case and this photo?
And now I don't. But
I don't.
eventually I might.
But it has to be a clue. This bloodstain was made by Chief Yako as he tried to hide this behind the pod. He left this clue and made sure the culprit didn't find it.
By using the last of his dying strength?
He's not dead!
He's a little dead. He's mostly dead. Floor plan of the lab, it was found hidden behind a houseplant. Photo of a young man and woman. You don't know that's a man. That could be a woman. Okay.
This is the central lab. There might be some clues here.
Oh yes, we can go through doors, not walls. Don't ask. Don't ask. Video games. Don't ask. Inagami, what are you doing?
This reminds me. You went inside Dr. Weska's lab before, right?
Yeah, just once. I was forced to help deliver some food to him. I think it was about 3 months ago.
And he's been shut in there since, right? I'd go insane.
But the doctor was famous for being antisocial. It was probably the perfect environment for it.
That's not antisocial. That's
Still,
asocial.
This is a bit extreme for the sake of avoiding people.
Anyway, when I brought in the food, he made me check inside those boxes repeatedly to make sure no one was inside.
What?
Not that there was any space for someone to hide in. The guy was just paranoid like that.
Okay.
That's...
It's a machine with space for something to be placed inside. I have no idea what it's used for.
Well,
If only you weren't in ghost form, you could touch it and find out. Even if I had my body, I wouldn't touch this. I might break it. I know, it's pretty big. I don't think you'd break it. It's a machine, but I have absolutely no idea what it's for. Look, it's undergoing maintenance right now. A researcher is doing an inspection.
for now.
It's not being used today, so I think it's unrelated to the case. Probably. This inspection equipment looks like it's meant for use on humans.
Yeah, that's right.
Body mods are so exciting. I'm not excited at all. Doesn't look like it's been used recently. Probably unrelated to the case. No, fucking bionic dick might be
There's
good.
another one, Master.
Or what? Where did she go? Did she fly over there? Okay.
Hey, is it true that Dr. Weska was killed?
Oh, and how?
Just like that note said. But why send a death threat? It'd be a lot easier to take someone out if you don't announce it beforehand.
Exactly. Up the challenge.
It's a hitman we're talking about. Maybe it's his policy or something.
That's a good point. What was the purpose of sending that note? Plus, not only was it sent to the targets, the doctor, it was also sent to the peacekeepers and our detective agency.
Who knows who else?
Doing that would just increase security around here, making it even harder for the hitman to do his job.
It does put more.
According to my
People.
research about Fink, the slaughter artist, he's never sent a note like that in his previous cases. At the very least, it was not his MO.
So, this time is special?
Well, who knows?
According to Vivia's investigation, there has never been a case where Fink the slaughter artist issued a death threat. Okay.
Oh,
This lab seems like a private room.
We know.
Even though there's been an incident, nobody seems to care. Probably care more about research than people. Come on, let's look somewhere else. I'm not sure if it's been confirmed that Vivia can see Shinigami. Or hear her?
Yeah.
Number of cylinders are lined up. The pipes stretch out of the room. I don't think we'll find any clues here. We should try elsewhere. That leads back out, so there must be something else. So I've missed something in here.
hey,
Looks like it's packed full of research data.
That's true.
Doesn't look like it's working. Wonder if that's due to the blackout. I don't think we need to spend any more time here. It's not like you can even touch anything anyway. Right, downstairs?
It says this is the electrical room. Maybe we can find the reason for the blackout here.
let's check it out.
This is...
I wonder what this device is. Way bigger than what we saw in the lab.
Hmm?
Probably a machine for recording research logs, right? There's no way I can find out right now. Let's look elsewhere.
What?
There are a bunch of switchboards. Looks like the lab's power system. If this was shut down, there'd be a power outage in the lab.
All of the power to the lab seems to be managed here. Wait, I don't see a switchboard for Dr. Weska's lab.
He has his own power
That
supply.
reminds me. Dr. Weska said the critical lab was on an independent system.
This critical lab operates on a separate power
See?
system
He did say that.
that obviously includes its security measures.
I see.
That was a rather indifferent response from Vivia.
Maybe he's bored with the investigation?
I thought I was going to say new key. Vivi is bored of the investigation. Critical lab security system operates on a separate power system than what is managed in the electrical room.
It's really true. I saw someone suspicious right here.
Was it before or after the blackout?
Yes.
Right after the blackout. I happened to be nearby when the lights went out. So I came here to turn the power back on.
Somebody was being sus.
And I saw a dark silhouette pass right through the shadows.
That doesn't really tell me much.
Tells you a little.
Please believe me. It must have been the hitman.
So someone suspicious was wandering around here right after the blackout.
Does that mean it was caused by the hitman? Why would he do that?
I don't know. Chaos. Right after the blackout, a researcher witnessed a dark silhouette pass through the shadow. She didn't say silhouette. Anyway. Right. So why would he send a note ahead of time? Possible it would have put more people here, which would have made it easier to slip in.
Yep. Use the stairs so you don't get fat.
Thanks, Shinigami. more what am I trying to say? More unfamiliar people around. You know, increased security, people who would normally be here for security reasons and so on. It might help him sneak in.
This is the robot lab where we picked up Amapel. Let's look it over again.
Hey, listen up. The reason Dr. Wesker died is because he deserved it. It's called karma.
Nice.
He always insulted my research.
Serves him right! Serves him right!
Oh, sorry. That must have
Stop
hurt.
kicking Amapal, you dick.
This is also his fault. They still haven't come back with that Amapal I lent them. I'll take a bath with it once it comes back to me. Oh, but that means I need to start research on waterproofing it.
What is wrong with this guy?
I think I've seen something I shouldn't have.
I have witnessed something.
He certainly has
Something
a
no
grudge
mortal should
against
ever have
Dr.
witnessed.
Wesker.
I guess it's easy to find out what people are really thinking when you're in ghost form.
My forte exposes anyone's inner life and encourages them to tell the truth. That being said, it's thanks to this ability that no one comes near me anymore. Which is what makes you special, Yuma.
You think so?
You're way too naive, Master. It's pretty much a sickness at this point.
I have chronic naivety.
There's a manual for Amapel. I already know most of the controls, but I should read this. Amapel can be controlled via a special tablet device. Watch the camera feed from Amapel's eyes while you use the key buttons to control it. You can also use the mic to communicate via voice. For safety, the ends of the arms are ball-shaped, but can still be used for actions such as pressing buttons. However, while extending or retracting an arm, the controls for the camera and body do not function.
Why? This is such a weird
This is to prevent the arm's
request.
wires from being tangled when children handle it roughly. It has a load capacity of 100 kilograms and is durable enough to withstand most falls. The sales pitch does say, withstand play with your rowdiest kids and tough enough for an elephant to stand on.
It's exactly as the researcher told us.
I think an elephant weighs more than 100
Yeah.
kilos.
There isn't much other information.
Amapal is sturdy and has many features.
I'm getting excited here!
This place...
I think they might be testing robots in here. How else would you check if they can handle high voltages and toxic gas? I don't think that's what they're testing for. Ah, you can get points for that. Okay, I think I've learned everything I can at this point.
I think that's about it.
I think I've checked what I can here.
I think I've checked everything I could.
I knew it! You didn't get any clues for the case.
We have learned a lot here.
What?
But what did we learn?
That's all I can do to help. After all, I'm more interested in the story than the truth. I think we should return to our bodies soon. There's not much time left.
Oh, then I'll go back too.
Yeah, gotta make sure he doesn't cut my throat before I get there.
Hey, you're back. How'd the investigation go? Well, I managed to get a lot more information thanks to Vivia's help.
I'd also like to stand further away from
Whatever,
Vivia.
just tell us what you found. We don't have time. Sure. So nothing you found leads us directly to the culprit. Oh, damn. Yeah, sorry.
Photograph
Only
might.
we could get a glimpse of Dr. Weska's computer.
What could we learn from that?
The security logs. They should be saved on the doctor's computer. If we could check the logs, we could clearly see the security system status. With that, we may be able to figure out when and how the culprit entered the lab.
Can't you check the logs with that computer instead?
I can see that the log file exists, but you must log onto the doctor's computer to see what's inside.
You were in the doctor's lab. Why didn't you check his computer?
With what? My ghost
We
arms?
cannot touch anything while using spectral projection. So obviously, we couldn't mess with the computer either.
Well, why didn't you possess a peacekeeper in the room and make him order the others to do it?
Don't be unrealistic, please. The ghost form isn't all powerful like that.
Don't be
It cannot
unrealistic.
take over
We
someone
can only
else's
do astral
body,
projection.
nor can it be heard. In fact, you weren't able to hear the conversation between Yuma and me when we were using spectral projection.
Master, I think you should carefully remember that spectral projection trait.
Huh? Why do you say that?
No reason. I just have a feeling.
You keep doing this. Ghost form traits, as heard from Vivia, there are several limitations.
Since it can't be done with spectral projection, someone has to go back there and look at the doctor's computer, right?
Yes, if only you had your disguise
It's
kit.
basically jumping right into enemy territory.
Not basically, it is. We're already in enemy territory.
This is bad. His heartbeat.
Are you serious? Is the chief gonna be all right?
No,
Don't
he's
just stand
very
there.
badly stabbed.
Right.
Chief, please stay with us! It was only a matter of time to begin with, but it looks like that time has come.
No! What should I do? At this rate, it'll be over for everyone! Chief Yako, Halara, Fubuki, Tsuhiko, and even Vivia.
Even
Who's to
Vivia.
let it end without saving anyone?
To be honest, even if you want to go to the mystery labyrinth, you don't have enough clues.
So you're saying we can't do anything until we check the doctor's computer?
At a minimum, we'll probably need more than that.
Hey, Master,
Yes.
you've always been relying on others until now. Isn't it time for you to handle this by yourself? You may be a trainee, but you're still a detective. Try to save everybody on your own without asking for help.
Save them all on my own?
Nah, I guess you're really not that type of person, Master. I'm just teasing ya.
Is this reverse psychology? Because goddammit, it's working.
Yuma, what's wrong?
Gonna save everybody all by
I'm
myself.
heading back to check the doctor's computer. We have to find the final clue.
Wow.
Wait, are you heading in there as yourself? Do you know what you're doing, Yuma? It's all over if you go out there and get caught. Thanks to our investigation while in ghost form, I have an idea where the peacekeepers are located.
Oh no, it's
Now
a
is
stealth
our only
segment.
chance before Yomi comes back with more peacekeepers.
All right. I'll leave the investigation to you, Yuma.
Hey, are you sure about this?
No, I'm not.
Our hands are full just trying to treat the chief. We have no choice but to leave it to Yuma. The doctor's computer should have the security log and other important data hidden inside.
Right, I'll see to it.
I shall join you. That way, if you get caught, I can use my forte.
No, Fubuki. Please save your power for when everyone is in danger. I'll be fine.
Reversing time takes a lot of energy, right? It should be saved as a last resort.
Alright.
Not like for when I just fuck up puzzles.
I'll stay here as well.
Unsurprising.
Why? You should go.
There is nothing for me to do. Besides, even if we found the truth, it would not improve the situation here.
So you're just gonna give up? You gotta be kidding!
Not giving up. He's going to sleep.
Fine! I won't waste time asking you anything anymore. Just go to sleep or whatever.
Alright, you
Yuma,
insist.
You're our only hope. Show him you're no longer just a rookie.
Will you guys promote me?
I'm heading off now.
Will you promote me after this? Does it come with a pay raise?
You're acting pretty cool.
Don't call it out like that, Shinigami.
I am a detective after all. Well, a trainee one.
Seems like my training is working. Oh, and Master?
Don't get caught.
Regarding the clumsy girl's time rewinding power, you should probably keep that in mind too.
Huh? Why?
It probably has nothing to do with the case. Just a feeling. You know, just in case.
Hit the case.
Sure.
Hey, Fubuki's forte can turn back time. It was used while controlling Amapal. Extensively.
Alright, let's move
Forced
carefully so the
stealth.
peacekeepers don't spot us.
Stealth segments in a game that isn't built for stealth. Gotta love it. Also got faux Metal Gear Solid music. How we're gonna get past them in here, I don't know. It's a straight line. Nowhere to hide. No, that's not strictly true.
I managed to get here without being seen, but there should be more peacekeepers up ahead. I better keep moving and stay out of sight.
Here's the problem. There are
Wait,
peacekeepers in
what
the
if
lab.
some toxic gas is still lingering around?
You can jump in there.
Nah, just kidding.
No, there are guys in here. That's the problem.
I knew it. There are still some peacekeepers. But once I'm at the computer, I'll be in their blind spot.
How are you going to get past them?
I
Sneakfully.
just need to reach the computer without being seen.
This mission is impossible. Master, you gotta make sure you don't get clumsy.
Okay, now it's time to remember what the layout for the Switch controller is. And it's not an Xbox controller.
There's no time. We need to hurry up and check the doctor's computer. All that's left is to check the computer.
You could have checked it by now.
Who's there?
Nobody.
Oh no!
What's up, lads?
I told you not to get clumsy.
You're that terrorist detective. How did you get here?
Sneakfully.
Catch you and report to Director Yomi.
Master, you'll have to take a chance in the mystery labyrinth.
Wait, I didn't check the computer yet! I have to do that before going to the mystery labyrinth.
Then what are you gonna do?
Beat them up.
What do I do?
Beat them up. somebody
Just go
follow us?
quietly. Resistance is futile.
You're not the Borg.
What's the matter?
Vivia!
Sheesh. What a pain.
Did you inject them with air?
I want to die someday.
Vivia, you came to help me?
I always like to keep this syringe in my pocket.
Okay.
Walks around with a syringe. He's like a walking cop magnet.
I know I should leave you alone, but curiosity got the best of me. You are like death itself.
You said that before.
I'm
but
just
I'm
death
not the
adjacent.
death detective.
No matter. I will be a witness to the end. Once you obtain the truth, I'll see if you choose to scream or fall silent.
I don't get what you mean, but you really saved me. And now I can check the doctor's computer. Vivia really helped us out there. Let's wrap up this investigation now. It's not locked. Oh, thank goodness.
Wow.
No one could enter this room, so he didn't need to set a password.
Okay, I mean, he didn't need
How
to,
did you
but
get
also, if he was that paranoid, I feel like he would have anyway.
Security log, reference folder 1, folder 2, folder 3.
Definitely homework. Don't look at this, Mom.
What are you looking at? And what did you find out?
Well, basically, when the security system is turned on or off, it automatically records the date and time in the log. So if someone cut the security and entered this room without permission, it would be recorded in the log.
Uh-huh. I don't really get it. I'm not into modern machines and stuff.
Huh? What's going on here?
It was never turned off?
What's wrong?
The only instance of the security being switched off was an hour ago. It hasn't been turned back on since, so... That means this must have been when I used Amapal to disable the security.
Right. So what?
Fuck did they get in?
Well, the last time security was cut was 90 days ago.
90 days?
Which means that security was up for at least 90 days before I disarmed it. There wasn't a single moment that security was cut during that time.
Okay, so... Remember at the beginning when the Amapal's camera feed got a little bit fuzzy? And I thought it meant that the guy had stepped on Amapal to get into the vent. But I think what's actually happened is he stood on Amapal and then just rode Amapal into the lab with us. What we don't know is how the fuck he got through the toxic gas area. Not sure how they managed that one. He'd have to wear a spacesuit, is what they said. Be pretty bulky. And I suppose he could do it. We also haven't found any sign of it. Then we had that the door opened incredibly slowly, so we would have had more than enough time to get in and kill the doctor. Then when he was trying to get out, he knocked over Amapal and dropped into the vent to avoid being seen by us. That's how he escaped. Okay, still, how did he get through the toxic room though? Record showed the security system was disabled an hour ago, which is by us. The last time it was disabled before that was 90 days ago. Okay, the 3 months ago when food was delivered.
This old man was cooped up in here for 90 days? He's a bona fide shut-in!
Hey.
That's not the problem here.
Let's check how long I've been in here.
Anyone coming in and out of this room. There should be a log of the hitman entering before we did. Since there isn't, the doctor couldn't have been murdered here. It's the perfect, impossible crime.
From the looks of it, it appears we have strayed further from the truth.
Oh no, we're closer.
The files are formatted to prevent editing. There doesn't appear to be signs that the log was rewritten.
We've checked the data, but it's just made the crime even more impossible.
And thus, the mystery deepens. Mysterious.
You format a file to be
It's not over
uneditable.
yet. There could be more.
Do they
secret
remake?
data.
Maybe they make a
Halana
copy
even
of the
mentioned
file
it.
and then add something to it and then
His
make that
emails haven't been
available.
deleted.
You can only add to it.
He's been communicating a lot with the same person.
Yeah, that's probably how they
One
do it.
message
Actually.
is fairly recent too.
From fuck. No, let me. Ah shit.
This is.
Quite a suspicious exchange.
Fuck, I didn't get to read any of that.
I'm sure Doctor refers to Dr. Huesca, but who is the anonymous person?
The address is just random characters jumbled together. It'd be hard to figure out who the person is just from this.
The Doctor spoke to a mysterious person about leaking research and confidential information.
Speaking of which, Makoto mentioned something similar.
Well, this is just a rumor, but someone in Amaterasu Corporation is working behind the scenes with Dr. Huesca.
That you?
I don't know what they're plotting, but if this rumor is true, they must be dealt with eventually.
So his suspicions were right. Searching through the backlog of the emails, this appears to have been going on for over 5 years. But it seems like their relationship soured about 6 months ago. I guess the Doctor wanted to cut ties.
So the Doctor plotted to leave Kanai Ward, and this anonymous tried to stop him.
It's more like he directly threatened him, if you ask me.
Okay, I didn't get to read any of it, but I guess we got the gist of it. Email records of Dr. Huesca and Anonymous. There were regular No, well, it actually is correct. There was regular communication between them until just recently.
Could Anonymous be the one who hired the hitman?
The Doctor betrayed him, so he sought to kill the Doctor. Makes sense.
The Doctor didn't shut himself in here just for research. He did it to protect himself.
He felt Anonymous posed a threat, so he barricaded himself in a lab with impenetrable security. That also makes sense.
But he sure didn't act like someone living with a death threat, right?
Either he was that confident in his security, or it was just a facade. Regardless, this Anonymous is very suspicious. If only we could find out who this is.
Even if that person hired the hitman, we still don't know how he got inside.
True, that is the biggest puzzle here. How did the culprit get through such perfect security and murder the Doctor? If we don't figure that out, the case can't be solved and our innocence can't be proven.
Huh?
Uh-oh. Alright, well now we're jumping in the Mystery Labyrinth.
You again?
Yeah, me again. It's always me. Probably should have killed me at the first in the first chapter.
What are you, anyway? Were you born just to get in my way? Or was this all fated from the very beginning? No. Fate is just an excuse for defeatists. Alright, fine. You're not just some shit in my path. You're an obstacle in the way of my ideals. A piece of trash. Trash must be dealt with properly before you rot and start to stink!
Still don't know what's under his left side of the cape.
What's
This
your name?
clearly has something on his side.
Yuma Cocoa Head.
Maybe it's a
I
staff?
see. I'll
Or
make a
a
path through
walking
Kanai
stick?
Ward's sewers with your name on it. Of course, it'll be named after your bones once they're dumped there. Hey!
Find my bones.
Capture these criminals!
What about the meat?
I'll execute them on the spot!
Shinigami, can you do it?
Of course, Master!
We have enough now?
We're finally acting like partners! And of course, it's all thanks to my patient training!
To the Mystery Labyrinth!
Surprise! Mystery Labyrinth!
Necessary. Very necessary. Is Vivia coming with us this time? Yes. You can definitely see her now.
This. I see. So this is your true power. Yuma. I knew you were dangerous.
No matter what you say, it's already way too late.
I want to die someday.
Down the rabbit hole we go!
Okay, so as I said a couple of times now, the chapters sort of follow a formula where it's set up, investigation, and then eventually the mystery labyrinth. So we're in the third part of this chapter. Still haven't confirmed if this is actually the last chapter. I know there are 6 chapters, but I don't know if it is that the game ends on chapter 6 or does it end on the 6th chapter. There is a chapter 0 and a prologue. Don't know if they're included in the 6th chapter count. If they are, this is the last chapter. If they're not, this is not the last chapter.
The falling. Why can't it ever be a gentle landing? Oh, Vivia. This is called the Mystery Labyrinth.
He knows.
So, this place is a physical manifestation of mysteries from the case?
You can tell? Oh, well, anyway, this actually isn't my forte. It's...
Due to the power of death. Her, right?
He knows a little too much.
Huh?
So you really could see me this whole time.
He could?
It's due to my spiritual affinity. Ever since I was young, I've been able to see otherworldly things. My forte was gained through training that innate talent. Though, I wasn't able to see her clearly like this before. I could tell you were talking to some haze following you around, but that was it. Until one day, I used my spectral projection at the agency, and saw that death got clear as crystal. After that, I did some research. I discovered that the WDO Underground Book Vault held something called the Book of Death. And also, that someone had taken it.
I don't know what you mean.
Did I take it? Before I lost my memories?
I don't know. Since you're a rookie, I doubt you'd have access to the book vault.
That doesn't mean I couldn't get
Only
in.
a handful of people have WDO clearance for that.
Or
Just
somebody
a
got in
handful?
and gave it to me.
Anyway, you've been using this ability to solve the other cases up till now, haven't you?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
So, this is also related to the mysterious deaths of all those culprits?
Perhaps.
My guess is, clearing a labyrinth, a materialization of a mystery, causes its true perpetrator to die. If that's the case, You've killed a lot of people with your own hands, Yuma.
I mean, technically, Shinigami killed.
I didn't really kill anyone. It's just what happens when...
Nope. I may be the one reaping their souls, but the blood is still on your hands.
Oh, come on! Work with me here. Work with me here, Shinigami.
No point in pretending to be a goody two-shoes. You're risking your life to solve these mysteries.
I see. So you're determined to do this, huh?
But we don't have a choice now. If we
Sorry,
don't do it,
but
Yomi will kill us
I
anyway.
don't think I have that kind of conviction myself. So, I think I'll take a nap here while you go and risk your life.
You can sleep if you want, but you won't be able to get out.
Is that so?
If you're not with Master when and if he solves the labyrinth, this place will collapse around you. Well, if you don't have any regrets in the real world, you're free to die here.
Regrets? I don't have any of those.
No regrets.
But there are still some things I've left unfinished.
Some regrets. One regret.
Especially after you exposed the mystery of this case.
What do you mean by that?
I'll be perfectly clear. I'm just going to tag along. I'll leave the heavy lifting to you.
Right, well, that's no different to everybody else.
What you do, just don't get in our way. Well, Master, let's do the usual.
Yeah, okay.
Master, are you ready to give your life for the truth?
Perhaps?
I am.
We have to do this every time. We spent a lot of money on this animation, and you're going to see it at least 6 times during the game. Spend a lot of time paying for my fetish to be realized. I'm going to force everybody to look at it.
Is that sword for cutting through mysteries? This place must be pretty dangerous.
Sure, that's also somebody's fetish. Anyway.
Here you go, Master. Here's your solution key.
Key? Singular?
Is that key something like a clue for the case?
Vivian, you know too much. Wait,
Wow.
way too much. Have you had the book
Looks like
before?
you're ready to go.
Could you be more of a downer? Whatever. I'm gonna ignore you. So let's go and unriddle this mystery labyrinth. Let's hunt down this culprit who preys on the truth.
We have to walk? This is unbearable.
Come on! You're bumming me out here.
I thought you were going to ignore him. Say, Vivia, do you remember anything about the case?
Now, make it really
Dr.
funny.
Weska's murder?
I can't look at
Or are
Vivian.
you talking about when Chief Yako was attacked?
If he's actually just walking and he's miles behind us,
you
that would be
remember?
hilarious.
Everyone else that came here lost their memories.
I can't. He is walking, though.
That's pretty rare.
I can't tell if he's running.
Because of his whole spiritual thing.
So the others lost their memories. That's why no one remembers this death god.
How rude of them. It's thanks to yours truly that those cases got solved.
Hey.
That reminds me, I used my coalescence with Fubuki before Vivia. But Vivia is the only one who came into the mystery labyrinth.
I guess coalescence got overwritten. Maybe it only takes the most recent ability. I don't know either.
Video games. Don't worry about it.
Coalescence is your power, Shinigami.
Relax, will ya? Minor detail.
You would have been better off with Fubuki. She would have been far more useful for this case.
It doesn't matter anyway. No one can use their forte here.
Oh. So now I really don't have to do anything. Thank goodness. What a relief.
Jeez, you ever think your lack of motivation could be contagious?
Hey, relax.
Although, as Vivia points out, we don't actually have to walk. That whole thing is just... It's just there so we can get the dialogue out, really.
Ooh,
We could have just stayed put and had the whole thing. Oh, no. No! Oh, oh, it says nothing.
I told you to stop surprising me like that.
I thought this labyrinth would only require your wits. But it looks like it's going to take more than that, Yuma.
well, he doesn't have a whole lot of wits, so he doesn't have a choice.
Ow. We have a question?
Huh?
We don't have a question.
What's been the problem up here?
Not only was there no problem, no choice appeared either. Master, maybe you don't even know which mystery to start with to solve this case.
Oh.
Yeah, there's so many unknowns. I'm honestly feeling lost right now.
Come on! You gotta know where to start with this stuff, or you won't be able to solve a single thing. Let's decide that for now. What's the first mystery of this case?
The first mystery is... the fact that Dr. Wesker was murdered in a completely locked room with no way in or out. The doctor was located deep in the critical lab, behind layers of security. And yet, he was found stabbed to death. We were the first to discover the body. At the time, we were controlling the robot, Amapel. Because of that, we were thought to be the culprits. But we obviously aren't.
Obviously.
So how did the culprit get in and out of the doctor's lab?
I told you, he rode Amapal.
That's what I don't know.
That's how he got through the toxic
culprit
room.
is
That's the real
definitely
question.
the hitman, right?
I think so, but I'm not absolutely sure. Besides, even if the hitman did it, there's the question of who hired him. But there's no doubt the hitman stabbed Chief Yako. That's the only thing I'm absolutely certain about.
So that'll be the one that's wrong. Oh.
Peacekeepers?
Kanai Ward's garbage. What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Yomi Hell's Smile.
So the director of the Peacekeepers is here.
Yeah, but he's just part of the Mystery Labyrinth.
Is he? Are you
I
sure?
figured. In other words, he's a monster created from the labyrinth, right?
You've definitely had the book
Right.
before.
You pieces of shit. You're disturbing the peace of Kanai Ward!
This guy doesn't seem like an easy opponent.
But we have
No, he
choice.
looks like a pretty standard JRPG final boss.
You killed Dr. Wesker, didn't you? Turn yourselves in so I can torture you to death!
Alright, reasoning deathmatch. Reasoning deathmatch.
You're the ones who killed Dr. Wesker! You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab. lab. The security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
Wait, fuck.
No.
Then
Wrong key.
You're the ones who
This one.
killed Dr. Wesker. You disarmed the security system to the doctor's lab. And then murdered him inside. Until you actually entered the lab, the security system for the critical lab stayed active. It's impossible to bypass the system while it's active. In other words, no one can enter the doctor's lab. There couldn't be an intruder.
This is the truth. When the body was first discovered, Amapal was about to enter the doctor's lab. But something bumped into it and knocked it over. In fact, there was a mark on Amapal's head, like someone kicked it. That mark wasn't there when we borrowed it. It's proof that someone else was in the lab.
You call that evidence? Is bullshit the only thing that comes out of that mouth? Don't make me laugh.
Oh.
Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Damn!
get him!
Don't make me laugh!
Oh.
Shit!
I assume little shit is not something I can repel.
That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Ugh.
Damn!
Don't make me laugh! Shit! There was an intruder?
Alright, so it's not little shit.
Watch carefully for what the opponent
Got
Don't make me laugh! Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
Why the fuck won't he hit us?
Damn!
Don't make me laugh! Shit! There was an intruder? That's impossible! And in fact, you proved that yourself!
My claim doesn't hold up!
Alright, the noise was in the way, I think is what was going
What do
on.
you mean? We proved there wasn't an intruder!
You still don't understand? Don't make me laugh! If there was another intruder, then where did they go? By the time you arrived at the scene, there was no one else, right? There's no place to hide in the critical one.
I'll slash through this mystery! hiding spot. It's inside the airlock's decontamination device. The vent cover can be easily removed, and there's just enough space for someone to fit inside. If they hid inside the decontamination device, we wouldn't have seen them when we arrived at the scene.
So what? You've got it all wrong anyway. Everything is wrong. Your existence is all wrong.
I can't do much about that part.
Chasing that fake truth you found.
We managed to defeat him this time, but it's not over yet.
He sure is persistent, huh?
Anyway, there's no doubt someone else was inside the doctor's lab. So let's unravel each mystery one at a time.
All right, we'll get it this time.
Not again. Oh, god damn it. Was there an intruder?
Come on, why does it have to be so sudden?
Okay, now that we've wedged our way into this mystery, we just gotta head through the labyrinth and reach the truth!
Yes?
Right here!
We're just now getting to the point. What a pain.
Hey, don't sigh, this is a good thing!
Sorry.
Anyway, let's head inside.
There was an intruder for sure. We know someone bumped into Amapal.
The culprit probably hit Amapal on their way out. After that, they must have intended to leave the lab. But they couldn't because we were in the front chamber. So they hid inside the decontamination device to avoid us.
I knew it.
So, if you checked inside the decontamination device on the way to the scene,
Yeah, we would have seen him.
caught the culprit then and there.
Well, probably would have got stabbed.
Yeah,
to be
but
honest.
it was an emergency and we had no idea they were in there.
It's super lame to make up excuses, Master.
Come on, I'm not omniscient.
But it is true. If I had thought about why Amapal was knocked over at that time, I would have realized the culprit was in there. We could have waited in ambush or searched for them. And if I'd caught the culprit then, Chief Yako wouldn't have gotten stabbed.
Master, wallowing in regret is even lamer. If you have time for that, you have time to keep going.
Right.
What the hell is this room, anyway? Why does this look like a Meet Your Maker room?
Really? Another fork in the path.
Oh yeah, get used to this. Sometimes there's 3 routes. How did the culprit enter the lab?
Seems like we're finally at the central question. This is the first step to solving how the culprit committed an impossible murder.
I leave the rest to you. I'm going to read a book or something.
How'd you get a book in
You
here?
can bring your own stuff into the mystery labyrinth?
He's just special.
That's the best video game things. Okay, deactivated security by cutting power. We know he didn't do that. Invited in by the doctor. That seems highly unlikely. And also, this security was never deactivated. So, sleeves, process of elimination. I guess it's this one.
Right here!
The culprit never entered? But you said there's no doubt the culprit was in there.
Perhaps the intruder is not the culprit after all.
So you're saying that the doctor committed suicide?
Stabbing himself in the back, that's
If
impressive.
the doctor committed suicide, then the culprit wasn't the intruder, but the doctor himself.
But if the doctor did it, there would be no intruder. The doctor was already in the lab.
Wait a minute. Is this the fucking Dragon Quest enemies?
Huh? A trap?
Guess you were wrong, Yuma. Well, I already knew that before you entered.
Thanks.
What? Why didn't you tell me?
You wanted me to tell you? I should have said so earlier. People only grow by learning from past mistakes, which is why I purposely...
Fucking is those Dragon Quest enemies.
How do we get out?
Use logic to show how this route is the wrong one.
All right, I'll try.
But I don't think it is wrong. Why is the doctor committed suicide not correct? Stab wounds in the back are pretty obvious. Actually, don't have a choice. It's literally this. Okay.
That's right. The doctor was stabbed 3 times in the back.
It's not that he couldn't do that. I mean,
One
if
stab
he's
would have
flexible.
indicated that he
I mean,
held
I'm
the knife
flexible
in
enough. I
place,
could have stabbed myself.
then fell on it to kill himself. But he couldn't have made 3 wounds like that. There's no way it was a suicide. Well, I may have messed up, but at least we got a little closer to the truth.
Maybe, but if you hadn't messed up in the first place, you wouldn't have to come up with such a lame excuse.
I know. I'll do better next time.
It's the first time I've made a mistake in one of these. Doesn't the door just refuse to open if you make the wrong choice? Isn't that what happens? Okay. Well, I guess it's not that one. It's on a separate power thing, so it's not going to be that. Fuck, I guess. Wouldn't he have had to deactivate security here as well? And it never was?
Right here!
Okay, this is another trap.
Invited the culprit in? But why?
Things are so muddled now because we're assuming the culprit forced their way inside. If the culprit was invited to the lab, then he easily would have been able to enter.
Ah, so you think the doctor disabled the security? He wouldn't need it if he was expecting a guest.
Do you think I have to do all 3 of these anyway? Oh, it's another trap.
Huh? This route is wrong too? Again?
No need to worry, Yuma. I don't mind it at all if we can't find a way to move forward.
You will.
Sheesh. Even I'm losing motivation. You can take care of this on your own, can't you, Master?
Not you too.
Don't let him influence you!
Anyway, yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Okay, I think what it's gonna be is all 3 of them are wrong, and there's a super secret 4th answer.
If that's the case, he certainly didn't cut security just to let someone in.
You're tired, Yuma. Why don't you lie down for a bit?
Stop it, Vivia.
Resting here wouldn't help me at all.
I am tired. Yuma is not. Vivia is talking directly to me as the player. If I could somehow stream while lying down, I probably would. Very dangerous. I would almost certainly fall asleep on stream. Alright, then we take the third choice. That's also wrong. Because it's on a separate security system, and it's gonna transpire that everything. Unless there's a fourth one somewhere that I'm not seeing. Can I go past this? Can I go past this? Go a lot further, but no. Alright, well, let's do the third one. Oh, is that the light fixture spiders? Neat.
Right here!
And another trap.
Culprit used the blackout to slip past security and into the lab. That answer is pretty simple. Almost too simple.
Yes, it is, because we know it's on a separate circuit.
Huh? What? This was the last route!
This labyrinth is a tricky one. It's like one of those old detective novels. Perhaps you're the real culprit, Yuma.
That would be a good one.
Of course not! Focus! We need to get out of here! The doctor said the critical lab was on a separate grid, and the lab switchboard wasn't in the electrical room. The security wouldn't shut off, even if there was a blackout in the building.
Alright, so I guess there's a fourth door somewhere. That won't be revealed to me until we do all three of them.
What's going on? Were all three routes wrong?
I wonder what it means.
Unless we go back all the way back to was there an intruder when we pick yes, and the answer is actually no. That could possibly be a thing. Usually we just hit a dead end rather than literal traps.
Hey, there's another door!
I get it! Since we proved that every possibility was wrong, a new one has appeared!
Interesting. The mystery labyrinth not only materializes the case, but also changes based on your investigation.
Right. Something felt off about those other routes. It's almost like we were forced to choose the wrong way.
But by eliminating each wrong answer one by one, you opened the path to the right answer.
Or a fourth wrong answer.
You sound disappointed.
Who cares? Let's just see what's in the final route!
Assuming it is. No! Entered and killed.
They used
Oh,
precision to enter and kill him?
Then, the culprit is...
It's a problem.
I can't believe the culprit entered the labyrinth with us. That's never happened before. How dare you trick me!
Is this in fact a secret fourth wrong answer?
The labyrinth is solved. The culprit will be judged. Master, let's finish up this mystery labyrinth and boom kill this dude.
Hold on!
Alright, we actually didn't get a choice. This one's also wrong, as Vivia explained. Oh, he is running. Okay.
Another trap?
That's why I said to wait. There's no way Vivi is the culprit.
Uh-oh.
Prove it and beat this thing. I won't be convinced until you do.
You can't interact with the physical world in spectral form.
To begin with, nothing can be touched while in ghost form. He couldn't have held the murder weapon, the knife. So it's not possible that he stabbed the doctor.
And also,
Now do you trust Vivia?
he would have also had to have stabbed Chief Yakko.
I've said this 1,000 times, but a detective must suspect everything. Besides, it's his fault for being so sketchy. The way he looks, how he talks, everything is super suspicious.
He's very sus.
Sorry. I do try to stay out of sight.
Vivia sus, Twilight.
Anyway, let's go back.
It was a fourth wrong one. Brilliant. Now a fifth wrong one.
If he's not the culprit, then we're back to square one.
Let's try going back to the fork in the path. Maybe something else changed.
They have a form of spectral projection that does let them interact with the real world. Although, in thinking now, the reason that they sent the death threat would be so that either the Peacekeepers or
Nothing's changed.
the detective agency would have
There aren't any
deactivated
doors.
security for them to get through.
What? There's nowhere to go? What was the point of eliminating all the other paths?
Come on.
Don't start with that again. How about you help us for a change? You better cooperate, unless you want to get chopped up by Master Solution Blade.
I'm not going to do that.
Hold on, Shinigami.
It only works on...
I don't want to get chopped up. I dislike pain immensely. But you know, the journey up to now wasn't a waste. We did eliminate many possibilities.
But that means nothing if we can't reach the truth.
Nothing. Why do you want the truth in the first place?
This again. I thought we put this to bed.
It's easy to say you want the truth. But are you sure you can handle it?
You can't handle the truth.
No matter how cruel that truth may be.
Can I handle it?
Of course I can.
I'm still not sure if you're the kind of person who can. I bet you're not sure either. That's why you're still so hesitant. This mystery labyrinth also reflects your reluctance. Maybe that's why you can't reach the truth.
What are you talking about? I've said it before and I'll say it again. I won't hesitate to expose the truth.
So you still haven't realized it? Guess you're not quite there yet. Well, that's fine for now. But eventually, you'll be forced to make a choice. When that happens, you'll have to prove your conviction and expose the truth, like you said.
Enough nonsense. Let's find some clues.
As an apology for the distraction, let me tell you something. This labyrinth appears to change shape by reflecting our investigation.
Okay, yeah.
So, instead of following the revealed path, isn't it possible to carve your own path?
Carve my own path?
Okay, but where would we go?
That's right, Shinigami! We can create new routes with our own deductions. Maybe we can do it here.
Sometimes, just a slight change in perspective is enough to completely change how you see things.
Is this another... There was another mystery labyrinth where the door was
Here,
up on us.
I might see something new. I I see. I was so focused on how to overcome the security system. But that's not right. I need to change my perspective and think about who could have overcome it.
Well, us.
Don't box yourself in with your own assumptions.
Okay, I'll give it a shot.
I hate when the anemic vampire tells us what to do. But if Master wants to... then fine. I'll lend you my power. Lay it all out, Master.
Ow, ow, ow. Why so bright? Ow. Alright. The barrel game.
Let's work together as a team.
Who is capable of overcoming the security system? 4 letters. Fubuki?
Twirling, twirling,
If you be...
twirling.
Panel chamber was solved with the sheltered skank's power and a robot. It's true.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
That's Fubuki.
That's right.
Okay, we're doing Amma Pal. That's what we're doing.
Great. Go, go, go.
And just random eye laser powered. Yeah, okay. Don't ask. Don't ask. Okay, so I think my theory that they wrote Amma Pal in might be correct.
This is all thanks to me.
Perhaps I said too much. Well, nothing has been solved yet.
I wish you'd express yourself a little better. How can we tell if you're happy or sad?
Just assume he's both at
I've
all
never
times.
been happy or sad in my entire life. I want to die someday.
It just seems like you're always sad.
This guy's hopeless.
Anyway, let's explore this new route.
Thing is, Dr. Huesca was surprised by somebody first, before we even got Amapal or anything like that. So someone was already in there, or he saw something.
To get past security, the only option we know of is Amapal.
Unless there's a second Amapal.
True. And that's how we were able to get through security ourselves.
But
I
it's
think the
just
guy
a
said they
toy
were all
robot.
broken, right?
How's
We
it
only
related to the
we had the
case?
only working one.
I don't know yet, but since Amapal can get through security, it must be important.
It's sealed off here, too.
Hey, there's an intercom. Maybe someone will respond if you use it.
No way.
That plate's supposed to be in front of the chain.
Huh? Doctor?
Huh? Wait. What the? Wait. Who are you? Help! Somebody come help me!
Isn't this the footage of when the doctor was attacked?
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah, you're right.
The mystery materialized. Must be related to what the doctor just said.
No, not again. No. Ah. Who are you was directed at.
So the question is, who did the doctor say, who are you, to? Well, I'll leave it to you.
I don't get how you can keep reading at a time like this.
It's a very good book. No one? That seems wrong. We had the only ammo pal, so I guess the culprit, but... So, I don't know.
I can certainly understand why you'd want to choose that. But wasn't security active at that point?
Yes.
I considered all the various possibilities. If I'm right, then there is no basis to infer that, which means you can't say.
Yeah.
Okay, right. Some fucking nobody then? Okay. I'm actually a little confused now.
The trap didn't activate. Does that mean we found the right answer? Huh? So the right answer is no one?
Was he tricking us?
Why would the doctor say, "Who are you?" if no one was there?
The security was still active at the time, so no one could enter the doctor's lab, right? And that was before I borrowed Amapel. So the only explanation is that no one was there.
Why would he say that if no one was there?
I think if we go there, we'll find the answer.
What? That route's obviously just a side road. Who cares what the old geezer was thinking anyway?
Well, it's the only open
Looks like
path
this
to
is
us
the
right
only way
now.
we can go. Besides, I am curious about what was going through his mind. It could be an important factor in solving the mystery behind this case.
Still, being forced to take a side route is too much trouble. Makes me wish I was dead.
Dead before I do a side mission. Alright, well, we don't have a choice. In we go.
So, Master,
Stop looking at my ass,
do you
Vivian.
have an idea about what the geezer was thinking?
Not really.
Not yet, but I think it has to do with why he said, "Who are you?" I think the doctor was putting on an act.
An act? Really?
The doctor put on an act for a reason, but I have no idea why. We have to figure that out by going down this doctor's motive route.
Was he trying to get us to try to come in and get caught by security? Or... was he trying to die? Did he want someone to come in and kill him? We've been walked into a mystery deathmatch. Or reasoning deathmatch, rather.
He's here too?
You rats keep scurrying around. Do you really think you'll discover Dr. Weska's motive this way?
Maybe.
Good luck with that, morons! He had no motive at all!
Well, you said there's nothing here. Let's head back.
Here we are. Turn around.
We can't do that! If he's trying to block our path, then this route must be important.
Fine.
I'm only here because you maggots piss me off. So, I'm gonna end you here and now!
Visiting deathmatch.
This was all part of the doctor's plan?
We have a photo. And email records of Dr. Huesca and Anonymous. There was a regular communication between them until just recently. According to the records, Dr. Huesca was planning to escape. Maybe this was part of his escape plan? I don't
Didn't
know.
have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well.
We don't know how the doctor's research was going, and refuting that statement won't help. Ishiki seems important. Yeah, okay.
This was all part of the doctor's plan? He didn't have a plan at all. That exchange on the intercom wasn't an act. There was no reason to put on a show. The doctor misunderstood. You probably don't know this. Wesker put his soul into his work. The research was going well. The doctor was loyal to Amaterasu.
This is the truth. No, the doctor was planning on betraying Amaterasu Corporation. He was trying to escape Kanai Ward. He said so in the messages he wrote.
You little...
So he put on an act because he wanted to escape, so he wanted us to come in and get him?
Yomi's rebuttal. What was that?
But he wasn't expecting to actually
What was he trying to
die.
deny? Why was he covering up the doctor's motives?
Okay. So he was taking the opportunity for us to rescue him.
The inner workings.
We get there and go, oh, you just missed him, or but take me into
The
custody
doctor
or
was going to
something.
betray Amaterasu, and whoever he was emailing knew that. So the doctor locked himself in the lab to protect himself from that person.
Perhaps the doctor's act had something to do with that. It's the security gate. Everything's locked up.
No. How did the doctor plan to escape
Which
Kanai
means
Ward?
this is a complex problem. We have to choose the right door and insert the correct solution key.
This is way more hassle than before. Guess I'll leave it to you, Yuma.
As always.
Terrorist bombing had already happened, so that wasn't going to be it. Is that behind us? No. Swapping places, there was no body double or anything like that, so it seems unlikely. Again, process of elimination. The blackout didn't last very long. Oh. Actually, that would work.
Oh, the door actually opened. I knew I could let Yuma handle it.
You didn't think this was true, did you?
Are you sure you aren't a phantom?
So did he plan to acid splash one of us? It's kind of a dick move, really. Ooh, he's a big dude, though. You would need somebody to at least look roughly his size.
So the doctor tried to swap places with someone else to escape from Amaterasu. The notes he left behind in the lab hinted at his plan.
You mean the diagram with the sulfuric acid being poured on someone?
Yeah, he was going to swap places with a corpse, then melt it with acid. He wanted to disfigure it beyond recognition. That's how he planned to fake his own death.
At the very least, it'd buy him enough time to escape Kanai Ward. Or so he thought.
Wow! Melting a corpse with sulfuric acid?
Well, she likes this or doesn't like it.
So cool and grotesque.
She likes it. Of course.
So who is the substitute supposed to be?
One of us, I think.
Maybe the hitman. The doctor was under surveillance by Amaterasu, but he was still looking for a chance to escape. When he learned a hitman was after him, he figured his chance had arrived. The doctor was hoping to use the security system to kill the hitman and use the body as a decoy.
Now that I think about it, the doctor did seem to be waiting for the hitman to arrive.
The hitman hasn't arrived yet. When will he show up? Don't tell me this so-called first-rate hitman was captured by peacekeepers.
But the hitman never did show up. That's why the doctor had a sudden change of plans.
And that was the act he put on by asking you, "Who are you?"
Perhaps that was a trap to lure you in, Yuma.
He was trying to lure Master?
He considered taking advantage of the detectives, since the hitman never showed up. So if he called for help, he would charge into the lab, not knowing anything about the security system, and thereby acquire the corpse he needed as his decoy.
That seems overly complicated. Like those guys who overthink asking girls out.
What? Where did that come from?
Well, he couldn't have used another researcher.
Stop looking into my life,
Someone noticed their absence.
Can I go up here?
He needed visitors. People from outside to pull it off.
So, what do you think? Does this elevator just drop out the floor from underneath us?
So if I didn't know about the security and had rushed into the lab...
You'd be a super sexy skeleton right now.
Hey.
Aw, so close.
You want that?
But the doctor's plan failed, and he actually got boom killed by the hitman. I get what he was trying to do, but what about the impossible murder?
Assuming the attack on the doctor was just an act when we saw him through the intercom, we at least know for sure the real attack hadn't happened yet.
In other words, the culprit entered the lab after that exchange.
Well, my theory is starting to seem
So
true.
the problem is, when did they actually enter?
Ow, 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 ow. Very bright. What?
Where are we?
This place is a real mystery. Then again, I suppose that checks out.
It is a mystery labyrinth.
Huh? Shinigami?
Yeah! Master, this looks like an important turning point! So, is that your final answer?
I haven't said anything yet!
At least you didn't have to cut my neck to do this one. Culprit entered the lab before Amapal.
Master, you need to narrow down the timing for when the culprit got inside. Now then, here's our fateful fork in the road. It's life or death! We're at the crossroads of mystery and solution. This earth-shattering choice may be your last. Now, Master, which one will you choose?
Culprit entered the lab before Amapal. Here's the thing. He would have had to ride Amapal all the way to the end. How he got to the toxic room, I don't know. But he would have had to get all the way there. There was a time when the door was opening super slow that he could have got off, slipped through the door and stabbed your man. And then on the way out, Amapal would have been in the way. He would have had to kick it over to get past. Continue on his way. We definitely would have seen him, though. Or not. Maybe he was... possible he'd wait for Amapal to come in. Why bother kicking Amapal, then? He could have just slipped out. On the other hand, we could have waited the whole time until Amapal entered, and then when we saw Amapal fall over, that was actually him getting off the robot. Then he stabbed them, and then he ran out. In which case he wouldn't have entered it before Amapal, he would have entered it at the same time. Never mind. Okay, he in fact did, okay.
When I directed Amapal to go into the doctor's lab, he already had a knife stuck in him.
Yeah, there was a huge length of time in between that, though.
Amapal entered the doctor's lab.
Your answer?
Well, I know it's correct, because the other one isn't. Okay.
Is correct!
So I guess we're going with...
Congratulations!
While we were waiting for the super slow door to open, he got in, killed him, and then waited for Amapal to come in, knocked it over, and escaped.
Little by little, we're narrowing down when the culprit entered.
Yeah, but we still don't know how yet. It had to be between when we spoke to the doctor over the intercom and when Amapal entered his lab. During that time, the culprit entered the doctor's lab and murdered him.
So the most likely time would be when you went to borrow Amapal, Master. The culprit had to have entered the lab then.
But Fubuki waited at the front chamber while Desuhiko and I went to borrow Amapal. She said no one entered or left the lab.
Shinigami fully flew into the wall. Alright, we're back. That plate is still sitting in front of the chain. It's annoying me.
Huh?
See it?
We're back on the original path.
The top right chain.
Maybe you're supposed to try opening that door now.
I'm sure that from here on out, it's not just about when, but also how the culprit got in. Yuma, there's no need to push yourself if things get too hard.
We kinda have to. We're not escaping otherwise.
I'm going to solve it.
No, no, no! Where was the culprit before the crim?
This is a map of the critical lab.
So we have to determine where the culprit was before the murder.
We'll have to solve them one at a time. Let's start with this mystery.
If we know where the culprit was before they got in, this route will be clear too. Do you know where, Yuma?
Yeah, the air filtration room. Spot selection! Wouldn't have been here because we would have seen him. He can't have been here because toxic room would have killed him. He can't have been here, electrified, and he couldn't have got in here because the door was locked. So this one.
Here. The culprit must have been here. After the exchange on the intercom, given there was always a detective at the front chamber, when we went to borrow Amapal, the culprit had to have already made their way inside. But the airlock is the only location that isn't affected by the security system. There. The culprit had to be inside that decontamination device before committing the crime.
How long was he hanging out there?
But I thought he was just hiding in there to avoid being spotted after the crime.
Is that he was hiding in there to avoid being spotted before the crime?
Too?
What's going on ahead of us?
The culprit was waiting for their chance.
You see it on stream?
But we had no idea
Not
when
really.
we sent Amapel into the airlock.
It's like a... You'll probably see it now, actually, now that we've gotten closer.
There, Yuma. You guided Amapel to the doctor's lab. So the culprit entered the doctor's lab before then? How would that be possible?
Stop.
Only Amapel could get past security, right?
Yeah, that's the next big question.
Maybe the culprit used another Amapel unit.
This
No.
place is not
The
looking too
researcher
great.
mentioned there was only one functioning Amapel.
Alright, no, they're just
Which means
they're just walking really
the
stuttery.
Amapel Yuma controlled was the only one that could get past security.
So the culprit must have taken advantage of Master's Amapel to get into the doctor's lab.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the only way. But how did they use it?
Rode around on top of it.
There's no solving the doctor's murder until we figure that out.
Like a cat and a Roomba, they rolled around on top of it.
I have an idea. Will you hear me out?
I don't have a choice.
What is it?
How about giving up? I'm getting tired.
Never mind, I won't listen to you.
Nope, motion denied. Another fork in the road? Such a complicated mystery labyrinth.
No. Ow. How did the culprit use Amapel?
Beyond each problem lies the truth. We're definitely getting closer to the heart of this mystery.
He used Amapel as a chariot.
Do you think neither is really the right answer?
Given the process of elimination, that must be it. Amapel's hands aren't designed to hold anything, so it couldn't use the knife to murder the doctor. Which means Amapel wasn't the murder weapon. And the culprit couldn't have used it as a shield. It can't neutralize the toxic gas, and the high voltage shock would destroy it.
So then, how did the culprit use Amapel?
I think we'll find out if we continue down this path.
Shouldn't we know already? Wouldn't the mystery labyrinth drop us to our due? Yeah, okay. That's fine.
That was the wrong answer! Come on, Master!
Oh, it's not that it was the wrong answer, it's that we don't know where we're going after this. Ugh, splat.
Huh? We're...
We've been here before. It looks like we've been brought back.
But the door we opened earlier is closed again. Why's that?
Yeah, I wonder why.
No. Where was the culprit before?
Huh? Even the question is the same. Does that mean we gotta do it all over again?
Well, the logic is still sound. There's no other hiding spot for the culprit besides the airlock.
So you want to choose the same answer and keep going?
If you do, you'll just repeat the whole process again. We'll just be brought back here if we can't figure out how did the culprit use Amapel. And I refuse to walk any more than I have to.
Hey, don't sit down!
There's a couch right there.
Stand up! Stand up right now!
Stop it. Leave me alone.
If If you want me to leave you alone, then help my useless master out!
Wait.
Fine. Just one thing, then. We're back at... Where was the culprit before the crime? Because you're stuck at... How did the culprit use Amapau? With that in mind, these two questions are connected.
Connected? Both the culprit's location and how Amapau was used?
And I
Help
said,
him out more! More!
The culprit was hiding in the airlock, where you also left the robot, right? At that moment, only the culprit and Amapau were there. So maybe the culprit did something.
The culprit did something to Amapau?
come on, remember.
Clues are always there, right under your nose. It's a detective's job to notice them. Did you notice anything strange back then? Any tiny detail? Try to remember.
Something strange.
In your neighborhood.
Hey, now that you mention it, back then...
Who you gonna call?
Oh, hey, the screen lit up.
Vanishes
So
Ghosts
this
of
is
New
what
Eden.
Amapal sees. It's like the cockpit of a mecha.
Whoa, what was that? Did it break already? I thought it was state of the art! No, it's alright. It's stabilized. There was a moment when the camera stopped functioning while I was controlling Amapal. It returned to normal pretty quick, but maybe...
See? I told you it was right under your nose.
Under you nose.
You don't need any additional help.
It says under you nose.
Right?
You nose.
That was a clue to help solve this mystery?
Actually, everything in this world is a key to solving mysteries. You just haven't noticed them. Perhaps there is more you're overlooking. Was there anything else unusual?
Something unusual. Something I missed.
Anything else? It's not like Amapal's camera showed the culprit.
Wait, that's it!
Huh?
Now that I think about it, wasn't that strange? The culprit must have gotten ahead of Amapal, but why didn't they ever show up on the camera? If the culprit went past Amapal to enter the doctor's lab, they would have been spotted for sure.
Not if they waited until the camera was locked up.
But nobody showed up on camera. How did the culprit manage to pull that off? How can you move from the airlock to the doctor's lab without appearing even once on Amapal's camera?
Hey, aren't you just adding another mystery?
No. All the pieces are here.
Huh?
Yuma, the mysteries you face now can be solved with a single answer.
A single answer?
Sheesh. I talk too much.
This is the most talking he's done the whole game.
One mystery after another! What did you do now? It's a Pandora's box of mysteries!
Let's stay calm and think about it. There's plenty of time.
Not really. No, there isn't.
Or not. I'll keep reading while you wrap things up.
Remember what he said, Master. All it takes is one answer to solve these mysteries. Use those weak brain cells of yours and think!
Cells, plural.
Culprit's location.
You're giving me too much credit.
Amapal's usage. Its malfunction. Why didn't the culprit appear on camera? All this can be solved with just one answer? on Amapel's head, using it as a method of transportation.
Sick.
The door opened!
I knew
With
it!
every open door, it will be harder for you to turn back. Are you sure you want to keep going?
Yes, I have to finish the game.
I will find the truth no matter
We're already
what.
up to part 10.
This is for the nocturnal detective.
And these are like
agency.
4 hour, almost 5 hour streams.
Hey, you said the culprit rode on top of Amapal. What did you mean by that?
Literally what I said.
The culprit rode Amapel and used it to get through.
Damn it. Game knows me too well.
After we left Amapel in the airlock, the culprit came out of the decontamination device.
Zoop.
Then they jumped on Amapel's head. The disruption in the footage was from the impact.
That's insane.
Is it? I think it's fairly reasonable. Amapal can withstand up to 100 kilograms of weight. So, someone riding on it shouldn't affect its functionality.
The shoe print on Amapel's head wasn't caused by someone kicking it. It was left there from the culprit hopping on and off.
After that, the culprit simply rode on it as it moved toward the doctor's lab.
Okay, now, how the fuck did they get
By
past the
doing
toxic
so,
room?
The culprit was able to evade the camera and remain hidden as they made their way through the lab.
You're right. If it's true, it does solve all of the previous mysteries. Imagining the culprit riding on a robot makes me laugh.
But Yuma, have you not realized it? You're still missing something. One major mystery remains.
What's with that huge sigh?
The greatest mystery of this case should appear soon. Just the thought of it gets me feeling down.
This case's greatest mystery?
Is it the toxic room? How could he have survived it? And the way he survived it is because he's not here.
This is the panel chamber.
That means the doctor's lab is just beyond it. If we can get through here, we'll reach the goal, yeah?
Ow, 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 ow.
Is this the greatest mystery you mentioned?
No.
Not exactly what I was envisioning.
Well, this is the mystery to be solved, so let's clear it out.
Beats me.
When would it have been possible for them to get into the room ahead of us? While opening the door. Or opening the door. And going through the door. While opening the door, because the door opened hilariously slowly, and Amapal's camera is locked in place at that point, so that would work. On the other hand, so would that one, because that's when Amapal tipped over. Either of these two would work. Let's go with this one first.
The culprit murdered the doctor before Amapel entered the room. Which means the culprit had to have gotten ahead of Amapel at some point. It was when the door first opened. At that moment, the culprit snuck into the doctor's room.
Yeah, when the doors were slowly opening, just like this. That's when the culprit took their chance.
What?
Right. The moment there was enough space for a person to slip through, the culprit hopped off and went inside.
Okay, I guess he didn't want to stand on the electric floor. Maybe he didn't realize it had been deactivated. We're back.
We still haven't reached the goal. I thought we could get into the doc's lab now.
Is this a joke to you? Your deduction is full of holes. If this is a joke, it's not very funny.
Master, you know what to do.
Flail about for a minute until I eventually figure out what the answer is.
I'll take your garbage deduction and toss it in the trash. I am the saint of Kanai Ward, protecting it from filth like you!
Reasoning deathmatch. Buki's forte, Anapal's design.
The culprit hopped off Alapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist! Think about it. If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it.
Fuck.
No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What, did they use some sort of special power?
Right.
Unless Carver had been running, we would have seen the culprit. Obviously that didn't happen, but would they really have used such a risky method to break in?
No.
Anapal's karma even working? That might be the first thing you need to confirm.
For now.
The culprit hopped off Alapal as the door opened, then slipped through the gap in...
Shit. Are they aware of Fubuki's forte?
The door? That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist! Think about it. If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit, the camera would have caught it. No one would do something so risky. The crime would have been exposed. The culprit must be really lucky. What, did they use some sort of special power?
Yeah.
I think there are any other special abilities that can prevent you from being caught on camera either. Doesn't look like you can refute that statement there. Forget about the culprit for now. Focus on okay.
Speaking of which...
The culprit hopped off Alapal as the door opened, and slipped through the gap in the door. That's impossible even for Think the Slaughter Artist! Think about it. If Alapal's line of sight changed just a bit,
I'll slash through this mystery.
Didn't realize that thing was on fire.
Amapel is designed so that when its hand is stretched out, it won't execute any other inputs. That's why when it was pressing the button for the door, the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
You little maggots. Don't get so full of yourselves. You're not getting out of here alive.
So Amapal couldn't move while the door was opening. That's when the culprit took their chance.
Since the door opens outward, it's possible to take advantage of the blind spot it creates. That's how the culprit managed to stay outside the camera's view as they entered the doctor's room.
So it's an elaborate murder that took advantage of Amapal's design, and even the direction the door opens. Whoever planned this must have really wanted the doctor dead.
They also knew how Amapal worked.
You can call it an obsession. How scary. Just like this passageway. Where will it take us? Perhaps a suite with the culprit's obsession on full display? A room of nightmares?
I don't think it'll take us anywhere we haven't been
Off with the
before.
weird soliloquies. Let's go.
You're really going?
Huh?
What? Back to back?
Hey, Yuma.
Yes.
When the culprit entered the doctor's room while the door was open,
Huh? Yeah?
at the time, the doctor was in the room, right? If the door opened and an intruder entered, how could the doctor not have noticed?
He's deaf.
So what if he did notice? It's not a big deal.
Yes, it is. If he had noticed an intruder, the doctor would have turned to face him. Which means he wouldn't have been stabbed in the back.
That piece of trash is right. Your logic is flawed.
Oh, he's deaf.
Hey, what are you, on the Phantom side now?
Listen to my incredible words of wisdom. Your crappy deduction is worth less than shit! Everything you do is a fucking mistake!
Thanks. Thanks, Dad. Alright, another reasoning deathmatch. Reasoning deathmatch.
Damn it! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind. That's all impossible!
Huh? What the fuck do I should be a contradiction. You gotta find and repel it. Okay, I'll try. I guess behind?
Damn it! Your deduction is inconsistent. It's full of inconsistencies. By your logic, even if the doctor could be stabbed, it wouldn't be from behind.
That flame doesn't hold up!
Had to be from behind. He's deaf. That's what the thing is.
Culprit did stab the doctor in the back. That's how the body was discovered.
That's why I'm saying your deduction is inconsistent. By
See the
your
sideway
logic, the doctor
thing?
couldn't have been murdered in
The
that
one on the
way.
left is wrong. Because if he was upside down, it would still be the right-hand side of his face. So they had to, like, purposely mirror it, I think?
The culprit quickly entered.
Okay. A notebook found on the doctor's desk. It has diagrams of a person being splashed with acid. The doctor had hearing issues. This is what it's going to be. Fair enough that he could be considered deaf. And I think this... okay. I think it's going to be this.
The lab. But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way you missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back.
I think I missed the opportunity there.
Say,
The doctor and Jude are facing each other. Never mind that. What about this?
The culprit quickly entered the lab,
Ow.
but the doctor
Which one do I have?
was in the room at the time, right? There's no way he missed an intruder. Running is noisy.
say.
Intruder would have needed to kill the doctor quickly, so wouldn't they have been running? And if they were, their footsteps would have been loud, but according to that solution key,
Yeah.
and the doctor was hard of hearing, the volume of the intruder's footsteps wouldn't have made a difference.
The culprit
That's
quickly
what-
entered the lab.
That's why I said that! What am I missing?
But the doctor was in the room at the time, right? There's no way he missed an intruder. Running is noisy. So Wesker would have heard and turned to face the culprit. And his chest would have been stabbed, not his back. Unless you think the doctor was asleep. Is there any trace of him being drugged? Even if he didn't look back from his desk, he would have heard someone coming!
This is the truth.
Okay.
Wait, the doctor had trouble hearing. That's why he didn't notice the intruder.
Now you're spouting nonsense. Say whatever you want, it won't save you. There's a gaping hole in your logic. And there's no way you're gonna fill it at this rate. Because you, more than anyone else, you're the one refusing to see the truth right before your eyes.
What?
Is it gonna turn out that
I
it was
refused
was
to
Chief
see the
Yakko?
truth? Vivius said the same thing, but
It's strange, don't you think? Isn't it about time you noticed that something's off here?
huh?
You've solved many mysteries up to now, yet none of them are directly connected to the culprit's identity.
That's because the culprit is the hitman.
If that's the case, why haven't you reaped the hitman's soul? And that would end the labyrinth.
It's not that easy. The culprit will fight back unless we solve all the mysteries first. Hang on. What are you getting at?
In my eyes, the reason a single mystery hasn't been directly connected to the culprit is because of Yuma's reluctance. It's pushing away the mysteries that lead to the culprit.
Huh?
What? Our reluctance to not kill him?
Subconsciously, you're closing your eyes to the truth. That's why you haven't touched on the hole in your reasoning.
What hole?
Whatever, that's enough. Just ignore this guy and keep going.
Hey!
I assume it's the toxic room. How the fuck did he get through? He'd have to be undead or something for it to not affect him. Or wearing a spacesuit.
Yuma.
Or it's something else entirely.
Jeez, go away!
You know what I'm talking about, don't you? The huge hole in this investigation.
Unless it's the toxic room, I don't know.
You...
Just ignore him.
Let's review your deduction, shall we? The culprit took advantage of Amapau's locked position and entered the lab. And before the robot entered the room, that person stabbed the doctor from behind. However, they bumped into Amapal while escaping, causing it to fall over.
Yeah.
That was obviously a mistake, but since it wasn't captured on video, they were able to avoid detection. After that, the culprit went inside the decontamination device in the airlock to hide from you.
That's correct. So what's the hole in my deduction?
It's before all of that. It remains the case's greatest mystery.
Oh, it's before all of that.
Which is?
How did the culprit get past security?
What?
We already told you that.
But how did he get in the building,
The
you mean?
culprit rode on top of Amapal as Master controlled it and was taken all the way to the doctor's lab.
But if someone was riding on it, how did they get past the high voltage shocks in the panel chamber?
Spooky powers. Which means they are aware of Fubuki's forte.
This is the end for you. You have nowhere left to go.
See, the face on the left is wrong. Because if he was upside down, it'd be his right hand side, which is the black
I won't let
face.
you maggots ruin the peace of Kanai Ward.
So they had to mirror it to make that
As
work.
the king of Amaterasu Corporation and the guardian of Kanai Ward, I will stop you here and now.
Perhaps this too is an obsession. Why does he insist on covering up the truth? Tell me, what will you do, Yuma? Are you going to stay willfully blind?
You could just tell me. I think at this point I'm just
I'll fight.
ignorant.
Whether it's subconscious or not, I won't look away from the truth. I'll find the truth no matter what. This is for the Chief and everyone at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
It's gotta be something to do with them.
Good luck. You'll never find it.
They'd have to be aware of.
You'll scurry around
Fubuki's
this
forte.
labyrinth forever, like blind mice.
And still, how'd they get through the toxic room?
You'll rot away, looking for an answer that will never come.
The only reason Amapel could get through the toxic room is because they're a robot. Obviously, it doesn't affect them. The high voltage thing, they'd have to be aware of Fubuki's power. Reasoning deathmatch. Or they just followed its path.
Keep playing with your shit deductions.
I will.
You still haven't solved the greatest mystery. How did the culprit get past the security? The critical lab security system was
Always live.
live. There was no way to reach the doctor. The panel chamber shocks would have fried the culprit. That security system? No living human can breach it.
Flash through this mystery.
This is the problem, though. How do they know about Fubuki's forte? Oh, we're loading into a proper cutscene now as well. This is gonna be earth-shattering news.
A human could get past the panel chamber by using Fubuki's forte. In fact, that's how we got past the panels. The high voltage shocks kept destroying Amapel. But we reversed time every time that happened.
Correct. So whenever it was struck by the current, it went back in time. But while that was occurring, the culprit, a human, was riding on top of Amapel. That person was burnt to a crisp every time you failed.
So either they know about the
Which
forte
means
or didn't
you
care.
killed the culprit over and over again.
Vivia,
If only you had chosen to remain ignorant, I would have walked beside you in silence. But if you intend to seek the truth, then I must stand in your way.
What are you doing? Why are you doing this?
He's going to betray you, Master.
Betray me?
I mean, he
It's
was
up
planning to
you,
kill us before
Luna.
that.
This is your final chance to save the world you believe in. What are you going to do? It's time to decide your past and your future.
Why, Vivia?
What kind of reasoning Death has against Vivia? And he's not a mystery phantom either, so I think if we kill him here, he's dead for really reals. City death match.
Let me ask you. How did the culprit bypass the toxic gas chamber?
Yeah, I don't know.
It's impossible to...
Toxic gas is bacterial, regular gas masks are ineffective, takes about 30 minutes after exposure for the toxins to spread, and then death is certain. So we had 30 minutes.
To avoid the gas. The culprit would surely die. You should already know this, right? The gas is a special trait. The gas can see through even a gas mask. No ability can nullify its toxicity. Once it hits you, you're done for. You die before reaching Weska.
Nope. No, he wouldn't.
This is the truth.
Did I kill him? Hope not. He's a weird guy, but still.
If you pass through the toxic gas, you'll die. But you'll have 30 minutes before it kills you. Which means you could survive for 30 minutes.
What? Don't tell me.
There are no gas masks here that can block this toxic gas, and no fortes that can nullify it. There's only one way you could get through it. You do nothing. You endure it in hopes of Amapal taking you to the next room.
Then the culprit didn't do anything to counteract it and just passed through the toxic gas?
Okay.
It's the only
Wasn't expecting that one.
Makes sense. This is the truth. I can't believe it.
Does that mean there's no
If the culprit
soul to
really
reap?
did just endure the toxic gas,
They're already dead.
Then they...
the culprit... The culprit is...
It appears you finally glimpsed the truth. Well, how does it feel to have your world shatter before your eyes? Isn't this what you wanted?
Huh? What's he talking about?
Yomi's mystery phantom and Vivia are both right. Subconsciously, I didn't want to know the truth.
Huh?
Up until now, the Mystery Labyrinth was withholding the mysteries that led to the culprit.
They're already dead?
And that's because it's a reflection of my own reluctance.
Master, what's wrong? Do you know who the culprit is? It's the hitman, right?
The truth is worthless.
Nothing has less value in this isolated, rainy city. No one wants the truth. Not even you!
When do you get so big?
Now, rot away and die right here!
I don't want it. You do it.
No one will get in my way. Common Lord Amaterasu! They both belong to me!
How are we gonna reasoning deathmatch the big guy? He doesn't seem very reasonable right now. Reasoning deathmatch.
If the culprit carried out the crime like you deduced, then they
Timing's
should
a
be
little
dead
different.
from the toxic gas.
Right. But
No
why
one
is
at
the
the
mystery
scene has
labyrinth
died
here?
from poisoning.
Ah!
If you can understand that much, then what are you still doing here?
Wait, there's nothing for me to
Right,
repel.
No one in that lab died from that toxic gas.
But
That was part of the culprit's plan from the beginning. They planned to distort the facts of their death.
Yuma,
it is the
are you
chief.
sure you want to face the truth? Your world will fall apart. The world that you believed in.
Your deduction is wrong. Don't disturb the peace.
I like disturbing the peace.
It's not even worth debating. Is this the best you can do to refute it? Just give up and die!
Culprit misrepresented their death by using the hitman.
This, I'll expose the truth. The culprit misrepresented their death by using the hitman. The culprit realized their plan would be exposed if someone in the lab died from toxic gas. So they used the hitman to cover up their own death.
Used the hitman?
Meaning, the hitman wasn't hired to assassinate the doctor. They were hired to cover up the culprit's death by toxic gas.
Huh? The hitman's target was the culprit? Not the doctor? But the doctor was stabbed by the knife with the inscribed F. Doesn't that belong to the hitman?
All you would need is a similar knife. The story of Fink the Slaughter Artist using a knife inscribed with the letter F is well known.
Nah, we leave it alone until we receive further orders. Did you see the knife stuck in his back? It's the one that Fink the Slaughter Artist uses, right? I've heard about his knives inscribed with the letter F.
So it was all a ruse? The real culprit made it look like the hitman did it?
Stop. Stop! You useless garbage! To hell with detectives and the truth! I won't let you have your way in my city! There is no real culprit! Dr. Wesker was killed by the hitman!
Huh? What's going on? Who's the real culprit?
The real culprit. The real culprit is...
The time has finally come, Yuma. It's time for you to acknowledge what you've known all along. If the tiny crack spreads any further, the mirror will shatter, exposing the chaos of the real world. Knowing this, will you still expose the truth? Then, show me your conviction.
The clues pointing to the identity of the hitman's target. I know. I've known all along.
Now, expose the truth. Do it. If you want to burn the world down.
I don't think this will burn it'll burn my world down, maybe. That's probably it. More boss fights? Defeat Yomi with a key, okay. That's the key. This one.
The bloodstains photo found in the hallway near the lab. There was a person pictured with a woman. That was the hitman's target. The real culprit behind this case. The blood obscured the person's face, but I know who it is. It could only be one person. It could only be...
How do you know? That person in the photo is the hitman's target. And who is it?
Well, if you hadn't interrupted me, I would have told you.
It's...
No.
God damn it, let me say who it is.
Don't you dare say another word! No one wants the truth!
I don't understand, but... Good luck, Master! I'm always by your side, haunting you!
Thanks. It's actually somewhat reassuring. Who's the true culprit? Chief?
Chief... Yako...
We have just lost cabin pressure.
Huh? Why? Why is Fuzzhead here?
Chief Yako was the only person attacked by the hitman in the lab. In other words, the Chief was the hitman's target. But Chief Yako tried to hide that photo by tossing it behind the houseplant. He hid it knowing it'd be an important clue. And that's because the person in the photo is Chief Yako himself. It was given to the hitman so he'd know his target, and the Chief tried to conceal it. Which means the blood covering the face on the photo was likely done on purpose.
Hold on, Master! Are you serious? You're really saying Fuzzhead is the culprit? Really? I don't buy it. You think he actually put together this elaborate murder? He's knocking on death's door just for this?
Yeah, I don't really know why he did it.
I don't want to believe it either, but there's no other way.
Don't forget this stuff.
Battle with Vivia. Anemic vampire is gonna throw questions at you, back to back. Press the correct button when you think you've got the correct answer. You'll take damage if you avoid all assailing assaults. You'll take damage if you avoid them. Okay, gotta remember which... Okay, I'm inspecting the Nintendo Switch controller. Because it's not the same as an Xbox controller, Derek. Get it into your head. Y is on the left, B is on the bottom, X is on the top, A is on the right. I'm gonna fucking make a mistake anyway, I know I am.
The Phantom vanished. The truth has been mostly exposed, and the labyrinth cannot function much longer. Anything I do now might not matter, but I'll do it anyway. Because
largest box cutter
it's
I've ever seen.
something I must do. While the chief takes his final breaths.
Vivia.
Yuma. If Chief Yako is the culprit, then what about that death threat?
Dr. Wesk must pay for his sins with his life. My blade shall be his atonement. Why would the chief send it?
The chief send it? If he was the killer.
Give him an excuse to go in there.
Answer me, Yuma.
Yeah, fuck.
That's not the reason.
I think it was the first one.
Why would the chief send it? If he was the killer. Answer me, Yuma.
By sending that note, everyone would believe the doctor's life was in danger, which was necessary for this sequence of events to take place. All the master detectives headed to the secret lab because of that note. Chief Yako brought them here to take advantage of their abilities and murder the doctor.
Huh? Their abilities?
But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too.
Well, yeah, I would have been suspicious if only us got it.
Why put them on high alert? What is the truth behind it all? Chief couldn't have been thinking about that. But the death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert? What is the truth behind it all?
I don't think it's the first one. This means it's this one.
Couldn't have been thinking about that.
Alright, never mind, it's the first one. Why would... I mean... disguise ability would be irrelevant.
The death threat wasn't sent just to the detectives. The peacekeepers received it too. What was the point of that? Why put them on high alert?
I guess because the peacekeepers aren't normal either.
The truth behind it all.
The note was sent to the peacekeepers because they were also part of the plan. When the peacekeepers received the note, they dispatched a lot of their personnel to the scene. The master detectives were able to take advantage of the commotion to enter the facility. They did it by disguising themselves as peacekeepers.
It would be convenient to have a lot of peacekeepers around if you want to get into the lab disguised as one.
This
lots of unfamiliar people there, yeah.
Also received the death threat.
Hey, you still want to do this? It's not too late to give up.
Yeah, you love giving up.
I am well aware of the danger. I haven't gotten this much exercise in a long time. But this is something I must do. I can't leave the chief like this.
Vivia.
Let's continue, Yuma. So, everyone disguised themselves as peacekeepers and entered the lab. You were already at the lab, and that's where you met up with the chief, right?
Yes, but we decided to split up after the blackout occurred.
Wait! That blackout should have caused a commotion. If we leave now, the Peacekeepers will see us. I knew it. This place is crawling with them.
What do we do?
I'll
draw their attention to buy some time. In the meantime, you two hurry to that doctor.
So when we thought he was being a hero, but really he was setting up his
The chief
death.
said he'd buy us some time, but he actually went and hid inside the airlock.
Was the blackout part of the plan? So the one who caused it, was that also the chief?
The chief was with me in the security room at the time of the blackout. It's impossible for him to have caused it. So the only person it could be is the hitman. It must have been part of the job. He instructed the hitman to cause a blackout at a specific time.
But why?
Which way?
It made us think the doctor was in danger, so we'd go check on him. We used Amapal and Fortes to get through the tight security system. Chief Yako had it all planned out from the start. He used us to break through the security so he could kill the doctor.
You used me, Skinner. You used me.
So, Master using Amapal and the Sheltered Skank's time rewinding ability at the panel chamber? That was all part of Fuzzhead's plan?
The only way to get past security was to use both Amapal and that Forte. The chief knew we'd figure that out.
I think it's more like he trusted us. He trusted that we would arrive at that conclusion.
I'm counting on you both. See you later.
Trust? How could this be a trust thing? He was clearly taking advantage of you all.
You can take advantage of someone and still trust them.
Gathered the master detectives.
You should
using
probably not trust him.
Then use their fortes to commit murder. What a scumbag! He used you all to get away with murder!
Well, he hasn't gotten away with it.
Out of all the criminals I've ever met, he's the worst coward of them all!
Hang on.
Master!
Let me think of the other ones. What's the point? What's the point? He's gonna die anyway.
Why did it have to come to this? Chief Yako saved me. He took me in. I had lost everything, even my memories. Sure, he may have been a little pushy at times, but still, I really admired him.
Oh, he's got the snot crying.
So, why? Why did you do it? Is this about the woman in the picture?
I think he'd have, you know,
Chief,
actually
please tell me.
have combed his hair at least. He can die
No
anyway.
point in asking. That's just a mystery phantom. It's not the real Fuzzhead.
Actually.
Master, watch out!
phantoms are a reflection of the same people in the real world, right? Which means he should hold the same thoughts. The photo behind the houseplant. I don't know what the chief was hiding. But that photo must have been dropped by the hitman after he was done with it. The chief picked it up and used his own blood to obscure the face. He knew the truth would be exposed if that photo was found, so he hid it behind the potted plant.
There was
He
a
left his
grace
blood on it,
right there. Would have
almost
been much
like he
better
wrote a
hiding spot.
dying message. But in truth, it was actually a secret he wanted to keep hidden.
Master, I think you know this, but to exit the mystery labyrinth, you will have to eliminate the culprit.
Already dead.
Eliminate? The chief?
Toxin will kill him eventually, or
Are
the stab
you
wound.
really going to do this?
On a way out.
After all the mysteries are solved, the chief back in the real world will die. But you saw yourself, Yuma. The chief is already knocking on death's door. Will you still bury him in the name of truth?
The chief took me in when I had no memories, or anyone to turn to.
Let's be clear, we still don't have any
I
memories.
trusted him from the bottom of my heart. Now
And you've learned a valuable lesson.
I have to end his life.
Is that London on the map behind us?
I liked it, surprisingly. The little bit of peace and quiet I found at the Nocturnal Detective Agency.
Vivia, you knew the truth behind this case from the very beginning.
I had a hunch. Because of my spectral projection, I knew the chief had been planning something for quite some time. But I pretended not to see. I admired him and the world he had made.
That's why you threatened me, and were so uncooperative in the investigation.
I knew you would reach the truth eventually, Yuma. But I tried my best to keep you away. Exposing the truth won't save anyone. Neither the chief nor you.
Master, you've already come this far. You've got to finish this. What'll happen to the other master detectives if you die here? Didn't you say you wanted to expose the truth and save everyone?
Vivia, you told me that the time would come when I'd have to prove my conviction.
Sounds like this is where it is.
Conviction to accept the truth, no matter how cruel it may be. Now is that time, isn't it?
Yes, and yet you intend to continue. If you're prepared for it.
Hey! You better not get in Master's way again!
I think that's his intention.
Yuma, do you remember when the chief's soul called out to us?
Huh?
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind. But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I always averted my eyes from the truth. For my own sake. My own peace and quiet. but I could never say with confidence that I was proud of myself. In the end, I was just running away from everything. That's why I entrust this to you, Yuma.
Entrust what?
You signed a pact with the Death God in your desire for the truth. I want to see your conviction.
He knows way too much about what's
As
going
long as
on
you
with
don't stray from
Shinigami.
exposing all truth, I believe you'll be able to face it, cruel as it may be. I want to see it through to the end. It's why I followed you here. In that sense, we're accomplices. If you must bring down the chief, then I will lend a hand. I won't avert my eyes any longer. I, too, want to live with my head held high. Because I, too, am a detective.
Vivia.
When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
I understand, Chief Yako. Thank you for everything you've done for me.
Alright, it's time to fill in our comic book. Chapter 4, The Imperfect Insider, Deduction Denouement. Where is the secret lab located? Intercom, knife, ammo. Okay, we don't have the answer to that, so let's keep going. Go back to the start. So, where's the secret lab located? Don't know. The door to the critical lab. Dr. Huesca is inside. A death threat to Dr. Huesca. The Peking detectives. Death threat was also sent to the detective agency. Meanwhile, Director Yomi. Death threat sent to the detective agency, and also... I also don't have this. How was Dr. Huesca communicated with? Okay, we have that. Communicating with Dr. Huesca via intercom. Yomi and the Peacekeepers arrive. Yuma and Makoto are separated. Yuma is locked in the security room, looking up in surprise. Yasuhiko and the others arrive to help. 3. Assess the situation. Power outage occurs. I think the slaughter artist cuts off the facility's power. Culprit is determined. Culprit creates a diversion scene off by Yuma and Yasuhiko. Moves to carry out the plan. Culprit enters the airlock chamber. Where did the culprit hide? I don't think we have this. No. Also, yeah, it turns out he changed clothes. Okay. That probably should have clued us in a little bit. Yuma and the others go to protect Dr. Huesca. Arrive in front of the critical lab. Confirm Dr. Huesca is safe. Dr. Huesca suddenly calls for help. Communication with Dr. Huesca is lost. What did the culprit use to get past security? I'm a pal. Prepare Amapal to break through security. Culprit leaves the decontamination device. 3. Operate Amapal. Culprit jumps onto Amapal. Amapal carries the culprit through the toxic gas chamber. Continues through the panel chamber even. Channel chamber. Culprit and Amapal struck by high voltage shocks many times. Whose power was used in the panel room? Don't have it yet. Press the switch for the critical lab. The door unlocks. Culprit jumping through the door. Lands and enters the lab. Sneaks us behind Dr. Queska. Culprit wields a weapon. A weapon. The weapon is a knife with F inscribed on it. Approaches Dr. Queska from behind. Stabby, stabby, stabby. Stab into the back, thinking of only one thing. The dying Dr. Queska. Amapal enters the room as the culprit waits. Big stomp. Amapal is knocked over as the culprit escapes. Amapal's point of view after being knocked over. Culprit is on the move. Arrives at the airlock. This is from inside the decontamination device. You can see the guys running. Culprit exits the device after the detectives leave. Detectives find Dr. Weska's body in the critical lab. Who killed the culprit? Don't know. I think the slaughter artist takes aim at the culprit. Culprit looks back. Weapon pierces the culprit's abdomen. Culprit collapses. Eyes focused on a photo. Their dying breath smears the photo with blood. Out of strength, the culprit collapses. Who's the culprit? Don't have it. Alright. Back to the beginning. Okay. Where's the secret lab? Amaterasu. Secret lab at Amaterasu Corp. Peacekeepers. Death threat was also sent to the Peacekeepers. Where did the culprit hide? In the thing. Culprit hides in the decontamination device. Whose power was used in the panel room? Fubuki. Rewind time with Fubuki's power. Who killed the culprit? Fink. Fink spots the culprit in the hallway, and then finally, who's the culprit?
Step right up, step right up! Peacekeepers, a CEO, a research doctor, a hitman, and master detectives! 2 dead bodies, but lots of shady characters! Truth bombs are about to be dropped! Time for the deduction denouement!
The victim in this case is one Dr. Weska. This incident features a sinister and meticulously detailed plot centered on the Doctor.
The old geezer was holed up inside a lab at Amaterasu HQ. He was a total hermit in the critical lab, with a totally overkill security system.
The culprit made thorough preparations beforehand to break through that system.
Boom killing a shut-in is hard work. The humane thing to do is to reintroduce him to society first.
Yeah, with that out of the way. Posing as a hitman, the culprit sent a death threat to the Peacekeepers, the detective agency, and the research lab. At the same time, they contracted a real hitman and had him infiltrate the research facility.
They spilled the beans about Gramps being in
Honestly,
danger.
rather impressive that the hitman managed to
And the
stay
detectives to the lab.
completely hidden the whole time.
You see, the Master Detective's presence at the scene was an indispensable part of the plan. It was how the culprit gained access to the research facility, after all. The hitman infiltrated the lab exactly as planned. And we arrived with Makoto at the same time.
Stuff went down, blah blah blah, and Master got locked up by that Yomi guy.
I was rescued by Desuhiko and the culprit, who were disguised as peacekeepers. With the real peacekeepers rushing around, the culprit took advantage of the turmoil to sneak into the lab. But after catching up with them, the power suddenly went out, separating the culprit from the rest of the group.
The blackout itself was caused by the hitman, right? And getting separated was all part of the culprit's plan.
Right. They used the blackout as an opportunity to hide in the vents in the airlock chamber. Afterwards, we headed to the critical lab to check on the doctor's condition, just like the culprit directed us. But since that lab used a separate power supply, nothing strange had happened.
This whole the doctor's in danger spiel was an act, huh? He made a fool of you, Master. What a dick!
But then, someone attacked the doctor while we were trying to talk with him over the intercom. We had to get into the doctor's lab.
But that time, the old geezer was playing games with us. And he even tried to kill you and the others with a trap! That bastard wanted to use your dead bodies! He really got you there, Master!
I don't see why you're so happy about it. The doctor's sham made the case even more confusing. Even if we tried to get to the doctor, the critical lab was guarded by tight security. The only way through was by using an Amapal. The culprit rode on it by emerging from their hiding place in the airlock vent and jumping onto the robot's head.
All aboard the Amapal Express! First stop, a shower of toxic gas! Humans can't protect themselves against the gas, but since it's not instantly fatal, it wasn't a problem. Next up, the panel chamber and high voltage shocks! One wrong move, he was fixed to death. But thanks to that sharp escape, we got all the continues we could want. So we managed a perfect clear! The critical lab was finally breached!
The culprit had anticipated we would get through this way. Yet also knew they would die over and over as a result. The camera feed was affected when the culprit jumped on. I should have realized what was happening.
No use crying over spilled blood. On to the next thing! Where were we? Oh yeah! To open the door to the doctor's lab, Amapal had to reach out its arm and hit a switch. And when the door opened wide enough for a person to squeeze through, the killer snuck inside.
Amapal can't follow any new commands while its arm is extended, so the culprit didn't show up on the camera.
Then, the culprit boom killed the old geezer using the same knife as the hitman. Grips was pretty much deaf, so a backstab was easy peasy.
Then, the murderer tried to leave the room before Amapal entered. They knocked the robot over on the way out.
Poor Amapal.
We then went back into the airlock chamber vent to wait for you and the others to go by.
We entered the critical lab and found the doctor's body. The culprit used that time to get out of the vent and head for the hallway.
That was when they were found by the hitman. And stabbed.
They'd already been in contact with the toxic gas, so death was inevitable. However, dying by gas would expose them as the doctor's killer. So they hired the hitman to kill them, thereby concealing any involvement.
Mink's pretty cool, I gotta say, he's a pretty cool guy.
I guess that means the killer completely trusted in the Master Detective's capabilities. They knew those powers would get them close to the doctor. But why were they willing to die to hide the crime?
I can't say for certain. Was it his pride as a detective? Did he simply not want his friends to know? Whatever it may be, I'm prepared to face the truth. The culprit who murdered Dr. Weska, and even included his own death in the plot. Yako Furio! It was you!
J'accuse. Didn't get to do the castle attack thing. Mystery Labyrinth. Well, it's not necessary since he's dying anyway.
I will expose the truth! But why?
But why?
Chief Yako, why?
Why you do this?
Why didn't you ever talk to us about this? Why did it have to end this way? Why didn't you tell us? Is this really what you wanted? Can you even hear me?
It doesn't matter who it is. Exterminating the real culprit's soul and destroying the Mystery Labyrinth. That's why I'm here. Surging bloodlust. Overflowing despair. The brilliant soul of Shinigami shall expunge this cursed case! Death to all deplorables! Ruin to the vile Mystery Labyrinth! Starting a shining rainbow glorious stellar spiral!
Oops. That's new. Mother him with boobs instead.
Master's naivete must be rubbing off on me. I mean, not even I hated Fuzzhead. That's weird. This Mystery Labyrinth is falling apart slower than usual. I wonder why.
We shouldn't let our guards down yet.
Wasn't such a violent soul
Do you
reaping.
really think we're done here?
Huh?
We still have the mystery of why he did it.
Do you have all of the fragments of truth that you sought? If so, we could just leave, right?
No, we haven't uncovered everything yet. No, there are still some mysteries remaining.
Huh? What's remaining? I reaped the culprit's soul already. I know it's slow, but this place is starting to come down.
Maybe it's not directly related to this case. I don't want to leave any questions unanswered, for Chief Yako's sake. Please, help me, Shinigami.
Oh, fine. I can't say no to you, Master. You know I can't resist helping you when you rely on me. First, we need to reveal whatever mysteries are left. That should open up a new path. Lay it all out, Master!
I do like that this Mystery Labyrinth is sort of changing up the formula of it. Remaining mystery is Dr. Huesca's motive?
I'm so bored.
Motive?
Wrong.
Maybe he was threatened and planned to swap places? Doesn't help me. Dr. Huesca's...
Twirling,
I don't know.
twirling, twirling.
What's the thing that proved Dr. Huesca's betrayal? Emails?
Only 30 seconds left, Master! Great!
Wow. Secrets.
Oh, it's a secret dungeon! The labyrinth must be breaking down so slowly because the identity of the culprit isn't the only mystery. But it's still definitely coming down, so you better hurry, Master!
Yeah, got it.
Yuma, I'll follow you to the end until you reach the truth.
Thank you.
Do you regret this, Yuma?
We're gonna find out.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
I've been thinking. Remember what the Chief's soul said? If you keep that in mind while knowing who the true culprit is, doesn't it seem like he wanted you to find the truth? Even though he was the culprit himself.
Why's that?
Maybe there's a hidden truth behind this case, and the Chief wanted us to find it.
There could be some anonymous person involved.
If Anonymous is part of this case, they must have a motive for killing Dr. Huesca as well. The doctor knew about the secret dealings and was planning to flee from Kanai Ward by himself, after all. Could it be that Anonymous took advantage of Chief Yako by instigating him to commit murder?
Yes. It's unlikely the Chief just happened to kill Dr. Huesca right as he was planning to flee.
If that's true, Anonymous isn't just involved in the case. They could be the mastermind, the Grey Eminence.
Gray's my 13th favorite color!
Why are you telling me that now?
I haven't said anything in a while.
The case is already solved. All these crimes were committed by Yako on his own. Now, get out of here.
No.
What was that voice?
Someone's trying to stop us from solving this mystery. Now we know. The mastermind is somewhere within this labyrinth.
Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. out! Get out! Get out! Get out!
What's with this guy? Creepy!
We can't let this stop us. There's one more truth still hidden here. We have to find it. We need to know why the chief committed this crime.
Right. We'll figure this out.
We're having a reasoning deathmatch with Glitch Man? Censored Man? Redacted Man? Reasoning deathmatch.
Get out. The case is solved. Solved. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out of here. Away.
Damn.
Get him!
I guess it solves is what I'm going for.
The case is solved. Solved.
That claim doesn't hold up. No, it still isn't solved yet. I will discover who the mastermind is. I will solve every mystery. I will not turn away from the truth.
So it's Makoto.
Yako's the culprit. Everything was caused by Yako alone. He hired Fink the slaughter artist. Prepared the murder weapon. He even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There is nothing connecting Yako.
There's nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous. Yeah, that's fine.
Yako to Anonymous.
Say,
It's like the creep said, Fotel killed the doctor.
Yeah.
I know, there's no doubt about that, but that's not all there is to this. Someone else is pulling the strings, we need to figure out who Anonymous is.
yeah, that's
Are
right.
there any clues? Let's check the solution keys.
Yako's the culprit. Everything is caused by Yako alone. He hired Fink the slaughter artist. He prepared the murder weapon. We even killed the doctor. Yako acted alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There is nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous.
Ah, the fucking lab map.
Speaking of which,
Yako was the culprit. Everything was caused by Yako alone. He hired Fink the slaughter artist. He prepared the murder weapon. We even killed the doctor. Yako left it alone. So what about this Anonymous? Even if they did, you'll never find out who they are. There is nothing connecting Yako to Anonymous.
I'll slash through this mystery. Chief Yako tried to hide this floor plan along with that photo of himself. It was strange for him to have this in the first place. This is the link between Anonymous and the Chief.
Kill you. In the name of justice. Kill you.
Yomi?
Anonymous doesn't exist! Yako fought every...
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Hey! Who cares about some map? It doesn't prove a damn thing! It has nothing to do with the doctor...
Storage key. Storage room contains confidential documents, so the door is locked. Peacekeeper Director Yomi holds the key.
It's murder! Yes. Anyone can find it!
This is the truth!
Yep, that's Yomi, alright.
The floor plan the Chief had was from the lab's storage.
But that room was locked. No one could enter it. It was completely sealed off. Only the director of the Peacekeepers had access. So, the only person who could have gotten that floor plan was Peacekeeper Director Yomi.
The anonymous person who gave Chief Yako the floor plan and pushed him to commit murder was... you! The director of the Peacekeepers! Yomi Hellsmile!
Oh shit.
You were the mastermind. You were pulling the strings from behind the scenes. You instigated the Chief to commit murder!
I never thought someone as empty as me could feel so much emotion. This is the first time in my life I felt this angry.
How did you do it? What did you do to drive the Chief to murder? Answer me!
I'm not telling you anything, idiot.
Huh?
So what if you figured it out? Who cares? It's too late now, you pathetic ingrates. Everyone died just as I planned. Now no one can stand in my way. No one can lay a hand on me. You should be grateful. I'm cleaning up this city.
What did you say?
Master, I hate to admit it, but Yomi's right. We can't do anything to him here.
Why not?
I can hit him really hard.
Manipulated Fuzzhead from behind the scenes, but he wasn't the one who murdered the doctor. This mystery labyrinth is for the murder of Dr. Huesca. You can't punish Yomi.
Then what can we do? He has to pay for what he did!
Oh, we'll have to find a different murder he's responsible for.
That's why I'm freaking out too!
So, exposing the truth would be pointless? Then why have we been seeking it all this time?
The truth is meaningless. I'm in charge in Kanai Ward. I have to laugh. Who could have guessed things would go so well? Yako Furio was a pain in the ass. The only reason I kept him alive is for this moment. He didn't even realize I was manipulating him into killing the doctor for me. How stupid can you be?
You'll pay for this.
Master, time's up. The Mystery Labyrinth is about to be destroyed.
He's laughing with me, right?
If only we had found out what he was up to sooner, we might have been able to stop him. Still, I should be able to bring this memory back into the real world. I'll remember this confession. I'm not sure if it'll help, but I'll interrogate him once we return to the real world.
It doesn't matter. I'll cover it all up. You're all nothing but scum beneath my feet. I'm untouchable. And now, I'm gonna dispose of you like the trash you are!
Damn it!
Really gonna need Makoto to come in here. Even though I thought he was responsible. Yomi is too obvious. Let's go with actually the guy who's been friendly this whole time is. Anyway.
Hey, hurry up! Execute these scumbags immediately! Criminals have no rights!
You will pay for this!
What's with that look? Are you seriously going to defy me? Well, I don't care. You're all going to die now.
This is real bad, Master! He's serious!
Wait. Director Yomi Hellsmile. We know all about your secret dealings with Dr. Weska.
What?
Oh, it's a
Did
whip
you
he
say
has.
something? Maybe I'll kill the loudest one of you first. If you have something to say, go ahead. I can't hear you. Come on, who wants to be the first to die?
Of course it's a whip.
Damn it!
Forget it. I guess I'll just kill both of you at the same time.
This guy isn't listening to a thing we say! If he was the real culprit, I'd boot kill him!
It's all going exactly how he wants. Solving the case didn't help anything.
Could dump some acid on him. You do that?
Goodbye. Hope you enjoy the worst nightmare of your life as you die.
The only one who will be having nightmares is you.
You! I thought you went back to the surface! What are you doing here?
Well, Yomi, there's something I want you to see. What do you think of this?
Folder? Yes? He's Kane. Transforms into a whip and can be used to strangle people he isn't fond of. Those people he is fond of, too. Well, now we know what was under the cake.
How did you get that?
Most of the secret deals you've been making over the years are listed here.
Uh-oh.
Looks like someone's been cooking the books. You conspired with Dr. Weska, and leaked Amaterasu's technology to other national enterprises.
Oh, Yomi.
And with the money you obtained, you bribed the right people to control this city.
Lies! You made that all up! Hey! I don't care if he is the CEO. Arrest this masked freak! We can't let this outsider barge in here and take control of this city! Capture him, execute him, chop his head off, crush his skull! What's wrong? Why are you just standing there?
He pays our salary.
You're scared, then I'll offer a bounty! Whoever kills him gets 100 million yen!
Why don't you just do it? You had guns a second ago. 2 of them.
Won't you obey me? He's using false information to tear the Peacekeepers apart! You want that? You'll all be out of a job!
I really like this job.
Is better off without people like him! This city's fallen into ruin ever since he showed up! Now follow my orders! This city doesn't belong to him. It belongs to me! The great Yomi!
I'm sorry, Director Yomi.
Hey!
This city doesn't belong to anyone.
You're still alive. You should be a cube.
You... Martina, you're alive?
Makoto stopped the execution order you issued. I am here today thanks to him.
Nice.
Martina is right. Kanai Ward belongs to everyone who lives here. It doesn't belong to you!
Shinigami? Probably best to stay quiet and watch for now.
Yeah, let's just pretend we're not here. Let's make like Vivia and lie down.
You're on that freak's side now?
Well, I mean, you did try to execute her, dude.
You're a member of the Peacekeepers! I won't allow such insubordination!
Director Yomi, there's something I'd like to say to you.
Suck.
You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to consult with a lawyer.
What?
Your reign is over, Yomi Hellsmile. Now, everyone, arrest the offending suspect. Please, do not be too rough. Even criminals have rights.
Damn it.
Damn you! Mark my words, you masked bastard! Yomi Hellsmile will be back! And when I am, I'll kill you! I'll rip you to pieces for taking everything from me! You're all dead. I'll kill every last one of you!
Okay, threats now as well. That's not gonna help your case.
As we discussed before, upon receiving his punishment, I hereby resign from my role in the Peacekeepers.
You don't have to.
I must. This is my way of taking responsibility as his accomplice. Well, Chief Executive Makoto, I hope you will see to the rest.
Okay, we're gonna gloss over that she's also responsible for a lot of murder.
Sorry for causing so much trouble. That should settle things for now.
What's going on?
What
While
the fuck?
The Peacekeepers had their hands full with the lab incident, I snuck into Yomi's room and looked around. And there, I found this file.
Yomi, you kept it in your own
It's
office?
all thanks to you.
Don't tell me. You meant to bring us here to be a decoy from the start?
Oops.
It was all just a series of coincidences.
Looks like I wasn't able to die once again. Well, at least things worked out.
Kinda. The chief is still dead.
Dangerous. I thought you were done for, Master.
It can't be. There's still
Makoto showing up really saved
possibly
us.
more game left.
It seems like he was using me and the others.
We still don't know.
That pisses me off. Let's give him a piece of our minds.
We still don't know like Kanai Ward's ultimate secret.
It's
So
about time I talked to him.
there's probably still at least one more chapter.
I'm sorry about what happened to
No,
Chief Yako.
Shinigami is very bright.
With Yomi gone, there's a change in the winds of Kanai Ward. Even through the endless downpour, I will rebuild this city from the ground up. Because I love this city more than anyone else.
Even yourself?
I see.
By the way, how did your investigation at the secret lab go? Did you find what you were looking for?
No.
You know, the so-called immortal monster, the homunculus.
No, I didn't find anything.
Maybe homunculi are just rumors. But let me know if you'd still like help in your search. If it's within my power, I'll permit you detectives to search anywhere in Kanai Ward.
Thanks.
We would also like to search
I need to get
Yomi's
going.
records, I think.
You should return to your friends. I'm sure they're worried about you.
Plus, you need to tell everyone what happened to Fuzzhead.
Oh, one more thing.
If I ever see you again, I'm gonna kill you.
I have a gift for you, my friend.
Is it a bomb?
To express my gratitude.
It's a bomb, isn't it?
A gift?
Kanai Ward will be reborn, thanks to you.
I haven't done anything.
No, that's not true. Please, accept the gift. We're friends, aren't we? Oh, but
Yes?
don't open it yet. It's a bit of a surprise.
Don't open it until I'm at least 2 kilometers away.
Okay.
See you later.
Look,
You can stop. You can stop. Alara.
Are you alright?
He's dead.
We saw a bunch of peacekeepers heading that way.
Well, how did the investigation go?
The case is closed.
Closed? Really?
I see. I'm relieved to hear that. Now the chief can rest without any regrets.
No regrets.
Rest? Wait. Do you mean the chief? Wait, you're joking, right?
He passed away quite a while ago. I was hoping he would live until Yuma and the others returned, but there was nothing we could do.
Hoping? That's not like you, Halara.
And that means he was dead before the Mystery Labyrinth.
No, it can't be. Chief Yako, please, tell me you're only sleeping. I will turn back time now, so please, open your eyes.
Stop it. There's no need to keep pestering the chief.
But...
I wish I could do something too. He's dead. As a detective, you should understand that.
Is now the time to tell that he planned the whole thing? Should we wait until we're back? The submarine? I don't know.
Like a baby. I want to cry too, but
Wee.
Was he already dead? Or was it due to the Mystery Labyrinth? We'll never know.
You could probably ask Alara. She could probably pinpoint the time he died.
I'll head home now. My business here is done.
so cold-hearted. As usual, he's like an emotionless robot.
Vivia. We should head back too. With the chief, of course.
And it's time to give everybody the good, bad news. Just the news. I don't think it's good or bad. They cancel each other out. Bad news, the guy you liked is dead. Good news, he was manipulating all of us in the first place.
Master, how long are you gonna let this get you down?
At least another
know
week
you're
until I get
shocked
back to
that
streaming
Buzzhead was
again.
the culprit. But you and I solved it together, so shouldn't we be celebrating?
Solved it? Yes, we did learn the truth. But it didn't resolve anything. What's the point of solving something if it doesn't save anyone? In the end, we still don't know why the chief did it.
Well,
how could you even consider it solved?
That's a new case.
I understand why you're upset. Alright, I'll leave you alone for now. Yuma? I thought you'd be here.
Kurumi.
I just promised I'd give him some alone time!
Are you sure you should be walking around alone at this hour?
What hour?
I heard about
It's
Chief
always
Yoko.
nighttime here.
Hey, Yuma. Did we make a mistake? If we didn't try to find that secret lab, maybe Chief Yako would still be alive.
I don't know if what we did was right or wrong. But either way, I think it would have ended like this eventually.
I'm glad to see that you've returned safely.
Thank you.
To tell the truth, while you were at the lab, I looked into Chief Yako's past a bit.
Huh?
I was just curious. Do you remember that talk on the submarine?
To me, this town is my life. My bitter past, my fun memories, they're all right here.
So you looked up the fun memories,
I
right?
just
Not the bitter past
wanted
bit.
to protect the happiness I found within arm's reach. But it wasn't easy. It was too much for me to handle on my own. And as a result, I lost everything. I was an empty shell until you all came along.
In short, the chief lost his wife 4 years ago. She was a researcher at Amaterasu's lab.
The chief's wife was an Amaterasu researcher?
On top of that, his wife's death was declared an accident. But there seems to be more to the story.
Is it the same time
At the time,
Dr.
the lab's
Huesca's...
head researcher was suspected of leaking technological information. It was the chief's wife that blew the whistle. If what she said was true, he would have been removed. But on the day before the commission came to investigate, an experiment went wrong and exploded, killing her.
It's obvious that someone was trying to silence her.
Yeah. Chief Yako probably suspected that too. He was conducting his own investigation. In the end, I don't know what conclusion he reached.
We do.
So that's who the chief wanted to protect most. It's what he meant when he said he lost everything.
We think that's why Dr. Huesca's
person his
research
wife
was
was
stopped 4 years ago.
Weska.
Dr. Weska.
Do you know who that is?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
Yuma.
It's getting late. Let's head back to the detective agency. The chief's final words. I think they were actually meant for himself.
Yeah, the truth is cruel. Never in history has the truth been known to be kind. But you know what? Turning your eyes away from the truth and living a lie is harsh too. In the end, you can never look away from the truth. As long as you live, you must face that pain. So really, what's the point of worrying so much about it? When you're lost, believe in your own heart. That way, even if things end up all wrong, at least you can stand proud.
But I think he was wrong.
No, he's not.
Because everyone is mourning you, Chief. Chief, I've made up my mind. No matter how cruel it may be, I will expose the truth hidden in this city.
Right, that doesn't sound like an end of the game. That sounds like there's more chapters to go. God damn it.
Hey, did you come up with this dish yourself? I've never had anything so tasty.
Thank you. Didn't he say that earlier?
Cooking is all I'm really good at, after all.
Are you hungry? Can I make you something at the agency?
Well, I guess I haven't eaten in a while.
I haven't eaten in
What?
the entire game.
Daddy is gonna mix something dangerous into your food.
Can't be any worse than what I do.
Suggest you stay far away. All right. What should I make? I need to cheer you up.
You waiting for us, Vivia?
I'll go on ahead and make something in the kitchen.
She seems rather considerate. She's a nice girl.
Yeah.
I wish you'd be more considerate to me.
You don't eat, Nagami.
Yuma, does light shine into your world now that you've obtained the truth?
You don't need to rub it in, Vivia.
I don't know. It's like you said. I feel as though the world's ended. I tried so hard to find the truth.
We got so far.
Should I not have done that?
But in the end,
you should ask yourself that.
May or may not have mattered.
The you of tomorrow will have an answer for the you of today.
As usual, I'm not quite sure what you mean, Vivia.
He means sleep on it.
What's that?
It was hidden in a drawer of the chief's desk. It seems like a letter from Anonymous.
Anonymous? You mean Yomi?
Of course, he didn't know Anonymous was Yomi. This letter mentioned the truth behind his wife's death 4 years ago.
The truth?
It describes how Dr. Weska conspired to murder her. The facts were laid out, cold and calculated. I wonder, how did the chief feel when he read it? It's not hard to imagine him burning with a desire for revenge against Dr. Weska. By the way, this letter arrived right after I was dispatched to Kanai Ward.
Wow.
In other words, the motive and means were both in the chief's hands.
So the letter was the trigger.
In my ghost form, I've seen the chief staring at this letter in secret many times. Back then, I didn't know what he was reading. But I know the chief was thinking about it constantly. Perhaps the map of the lab was sent together with this letter.
If so, then it was a total setup.
I'm sure the chief deeply regretted using our fortes as part of his crime. Or maybe that's just the truth I seek. Maybe it's nothing more than wishful thinking.
You might be right. I think the chief wavered back and forth the whole time.
Yeah, I agree.
Some people think Vivia is cold-hearted, but I think he cared deeply for the chief. He really did admire him.
Well, I think he's terrible at showing it. He needs to work on his facial expressions at the very least.
Go practice in the mirror.
Yomi definitely was
10
the
frowny
mastermind
faces
who
every
worked
morning.
in the shadows to put this together. With that aside, There's one more person I'm curious about.
Makoto?
You mean Makoto
Shinigami?
Kagutsuchi? I know. Do you think it was a coincidence he brought me to the lab today?
No.
Or... Oh, the phone.
It's a call from the WDO. We should go back inside.
Oh. It's gonna be a, have you fucking figured it out yet, or what? You guys haven't reported in at least 6 months. What? Number one, the old looking guy is actually fucking ripped to bits, apparently.
I know about Yako Furio.
That was quick.
Who could have suspected that a proud detective of the WDO would commit murder?
Murder.
He doesn't know anything.
If only the World Detective Organization had sent support to Kanai Ward sooner.
Stop it. There's no point in saying that now.
I can hear you. Enough idle talk. Focus.
I can't hear you, you know.
The only thing a detective must do is solve cases. Concentrate on solving mysteries. Emotions will only shackle you as a detective. Emotions must be discarded to reach a perfect solution through a perfect deduction.
Is he copying Halara, or is Halara copying him?
I know you're suffering from the loss of your chief, but the investigation must continue. Until Kanai Ward's ultimate secret is revealed, the great global mystery will never be solved. These are heavy responsibilities. It demands your complete attention.
In that case, please tell us, what is the great global mystery? Many master detectives have already been killed. Keeping us in the dark could lead to more deaths. Like what happened to our chief.
Very well. The great global mystery is...
Tune in next week.
A mass kidnapping case.
Huh? Kidnapping?
Yes, countless people from around the world have been kidnapped and taken to Kanai Ward. We are searching for the heinous criminal responsible.
Amaterasu.
Heinous criminal? Lots of people have been taken to Kanai Ward?
Including us?
But where could they gather that many people in this city?
Where would they put them?
Well, I have an idea.
Amaterasu? Or out in the...
Seriously?
The Forbidden Zone that she went to check out?
Halara seems to know something. You'd better go have a chat, Master.
There's an area that I've seen
could gather all the kidnapped
in the
people
trailers that has not come up in the game yet.
place to
So I'm
hide
guessing
them.
that's where we're going.
I was planning on discussing it later, but there is some new information about that place. It appears that the restricted area does in fact have a corpse disposal facility.
However, there are lots of rumors about the restricted area. For example, they even say it's a corpse disposal facility where bodies from Kanai Ward are dumped off. What? That rumor was true?
In Kanai Ward, corpses rot easily due to the humidity from the rain, so they are quick to retrieve bodies.
Is that the real reason,
The
though?
corpses are then loaded onto trucks and transported to the restricted area for disposal. But that process is managed by a department with a handful of people working directly for Amaterasu's CEO.
Oh.
On top of that, they are only involved in transportation. They aren't aware of what happens afterwards. How the bodies are buried and who buries them is a mystery.
Are they not
All
buried
of
at
the
all?
secrecy around the burials. It's suspiciously cautious.
The CEO is that Makoto guy, right? Does he have something to do with the corpse burials?
Apparently.
But how is the global kidnapping case related to a corpse disposal facility?
I know! They are forcing the kidnapped people to bury the bodies!
I doubt it. Why bother kidnapping just for that?
Anyway, there's definitely something happening in the city. Something sinister.
Something evil.
We just don't know what it is.
While we're at it, perhaps I should share the information I've obtained as well.
Huh? You got something too?
That anemic vampire knows something. I sure wish we'd gotten the whole story right away.
I don't know if it has anything to do with what's going on here.
It does.
But while I was using spectral projection to search for the secret lab, I kept hearing about a strange rumor in town. There's a taboo among Kanai Ward's residents. Something they must never discuss in front of outsiders.
Taboo?
That there's no cemetery?
He's probably the only one who could have learned that. I doubt anyone would mention it in front of detectives.
So what was it about?
The Blank Week Mystery.
The Blank Week Mystery?
Unfortunately, all I know is its name, and that it's taboo to mention it in Kanai Ward.
Let me just ask Kurumi, she'll tell us.
That's it? I don't get it.
Well, it does sound ominous. Maybe it has something to do with the mass kidnapping and the restricted area.
But all we have to go on is the term.
Why Hilara's holding the phone?
Blank Week Mystery.
Is she stopping
Taboo in
number
Kanai
one from
Ward.
hearing us?
I wonder if Kurumi has heard about it. I should ask her after this meeting with number one.
She's an informant who may be hiding information. If that's true, we'll have to torture the info out of her.
No. No, we won't.
The Great Global Mystery in the restricted area, the Blank Week Mystery, and a heinous criminal pursued by the WDO. After coming this far, we're still discovering more mysteries. How are they all connected? What is going on in Kanai Ward?
Detectives, listen closely. If this case is ignored, then more people shall end up becoming the victims of this criminal. The
Say on
only
his
ones who can
glasses?
stop it, the only ones are us detectives. The World Detective Organization will
weird.
never overlook a mystery. Any and all truths must be exposed, understand? We are aiming, as always, for a perfect solution. And as long as I'm involved in this investigation, I will be the one to guide us toward finding that perfect solution.
Hang up on him, quick.
Our moment of truth is finally at hand. Go forth, proud detectives. Eliminate all mystery.
What's going on?
What was that flash?
Number one, I heard an explosion.
We did.
What's that? Another branch. A news flash. All right, give me the video feed.
We bring you breaking news. The WDO headquarters has been struck by a terrorist bombing. Here's live footage from the scene. You can see the fierce fire consuming it. For those of you just tuning in,
Terror attack?
Hold on. The World Detective Organization? No way. Impossible.
Possible.
What is this? What is happening? Master, this is...
Yep, there's our gift.
What is this? I must rewind.
No, it's gas. Everyone, hold your breath.
Well, it wasn't a bomb.
Die. Some.
But it was something you needed to be away from before it went off. Blech. Also, Shinigami doesn't get gassed. She loses consciousness if Yuma loses consciousness. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Right. Very interesting. quite the cliffhanger, so I think we will have to leave the stream there. Results, shit. Yes. Shouldn't have gotten S for that, but anyway, I made so many mistakes. Game is too generous. Okay, we are going to call it there for this evening. Can't get back to the main menu from here, so just have to put up with complete silence, I guess, from the game. Anyway, whoops. Anyway, almost dropped that controller right on my foot. That's it for me for today, at least, or for this evening for Master Detective Archives Rain Code. I'll be back next Saturday to figure out what's going on, why everybody got gassed, what's Makoto's actual plan, etc., etc. But yeah, that was an interesting chapter. Clearly, it's not the end of the game. Clearly, there is more to come. Now it's a question of, does chapter 0 count in the chapter countings? Game ends in chapter 5, but there are technically 6 chapters, or does the game actually end on chapter 6? Technically, there are 8 chapters. Anyway, tomorrow I'll have the weekly news recap, talk about games industry stuff. I may play some more Banishers tomorrow as well, focusing mostly on the side content. If not, we'll just pick back up with Banishers on Tuesday. I do have my Twitch affiliate anniversary on Thursday of this week. I am thinking of just doing a marathon Alone in the Dark stream, because that game will be out that day. Maybe. I haven't decided yet. That's kind of my placeholder until I either decide that's what I'm going to do, or pick something else to do. Anyway, I'll have a think about it over the weekend. Anyway, thanks for keeping me company. Hopefully see you tomorrow for the weekly news. Otherwise, see you when I see you. Bye.